Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Manager Marty!
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you very much.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Manager Marty!
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you very much.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Manager Marty!
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew, welcome to another edition of Roll the Tape podcast with Manager Marty. Of course, as you already know, I am your host, Manager Marty. We're going to have a good show today. We're going to have a good panel today. We're going to have a great chat today. Absolutely. I look forward to it. We got some business to talk about. We got some boxing to talk about. And why not do it right here live and live in color? I welcome each and every last one of you who invested your time in this live broadcast today. I welcome each and every last one of you who are watching the replay of this live. I also welcome all of our first-time visitors to the channel, to the broadcast. I thank you for investing your time as well. Let me share this with the new audience. If there's one thing that you've learned about the sport and or the business of boxing from this channel, I'm satisfied. It only takes one. It only takes one person. And at this point, we have thousands and thousands of people who have learned about the sport of boxing and the business of boxing right here from this channel. So I appreciate it. Support and shout out and salute to each and every last one of you all that's in the chat, that's acknowledging me in the chat. I salute you. I also want to give a special shout out to a member of this channel. That's a perk. If you join as a member of this channel, one of the perks is that you do get special privileges on this channel. And one of those privileges are the fact that you will get shouted out as soon as I locate your name in the chat. So double salute to my guy, member of the channel and the supervisor of the Roll the Tape film crew, Fort Greene Pharaoh. Salute, my brother. Peace. We got some boxing to talk about this evening or this afternoon for some of my West Coast audience members. We're going to talk about Deontay Wilder. We're hearing through the grapevine that he is supposedly or allegedly going to be fighting Big Bang Zhang. I don't know how true it is. We're going to deal with it today, though. I would love to hear your thoughts on that fight between two big punchers, two big knockout artists, two big power punchers. Most of their fights don't go the distance. And so we're going to talk about that matchup. We're going to talk about some more boxing, too. And also, we got to talk about Terence Crawford possibly fighting Jaron Boots Ennis. Yeah. I mean, both of them are 147 pounds. And we shall see if that fight materialized, considering the fact that Errol Spence Jr. obviously is recovering from surgery that he had to undergo through cataracts in his right eye, which will obviously delay negotiations, number one, and number two, the actual fight itself between him and Terence Crawford in a rematch. So I want to dive into that. There's some more stuff we're going to talk about as well. But before we even get into all of that, you already know what we got to do to start the show off. The air fryer is warming up. as the viewership is increasing exponentially, we have to do our customary Town Watch check-in. You know, Tuesdays is really our relaxed day. Yeah, So we got to do our Town Watch check-in. Glad to see everybody here. Come on in, come on in. Yeah, don't stand halfway in the door. Yeah, because it's wintertime on the East Coast. So if you leave the door halfway cracked while you stand in the doorway, you're going to let the heat out. So you got to make a decision. Either you're going to come in, have a seat, and relax, or you're just going to walk out and shut the door behind you. I recommend that you come on in. Yeah, have a seat. You with boxing family. Yeah. Come on right on in. And we got to do our Town Watch check-in, and we're about to do it now. If you're new to the channel, this is how our Town Watch check-in works, and let me explain to you why we do that here. It's only unique to this particular channel in the boxing community on YouTube. And I came up with this icebreaker because, of course, just like we're all representing different geographical locations, we're also representing different perspectives, different points of views, different opinions. However, though, at the end of the broadcast, whether we do it publicly and or rhetorically, we can all come together and say that even though we share differences of opinions and points of views and even perspectives and even geographical locations, there's one thing that we all share in common, and that is our love for the sport of boxing. And that's what keeps us glued together despite our differences. We create here on this channel, I can't speak for others, but here on this channel, my responsibility to you as the audience is to provide you with truth. And I'm always going to do that. But there's another responsibility that I place on myself. And that is opening up the platform to be a judgment-free environment. That means you're more than welcome to share things of regarding your experiences, whether it be inside of boxing, life experiences, when you're using it as illustrations that we're dealing with when it comes to the sport of boxing. I do it all the time, and people have been on the panel and they've done it as well. So this is a comfort zone for some, very, very free environment here. And I want to make sure I always create that, whether we agree or disagree. With that being said, the Town Watch check-in is very simple. Let me give you a brief synopsis of it. What we do here, if you are in the chat and you want to participate, feel free. What happens is in the chat, you will basically insert your city, state, island, and or country. In exchange, I will publicly acknowledge it, letting everybody know that your location is in the building, and we salute and represent your location. I usually typically start it off first, as I'm going to do now, and then after we do our Town Watch check-in, we're going right into some boxing talk. Y'all ready? And listen now, if you are watching a replay of this live, you are more than welcome to participate as well in the comment section below, where I will then, if I see it and notice that you're dropping your check-in in the comment section, I will respond and publicly acknowledge you as well in the comment section. All right, y'all got it? We ready? All right, as good leaders do, we start off everything first. And I'm going to start it off representing the DFW area, Arlington, Texas, stand up. Mansfield, let's go. Tarrant County, to be more exact. We are in the building, but I can't just salute one part of the residents and not salute the other. And I got to stand up tall for the great city of brotherly love, my city, Philadelphia. We call it Philly. We in the building. Come on, y'all, let's check on in. Who else we got here? Who else we got here? Let's check in. Yeah, we got Charleston, South Carolina in the building. My guy, Mr. AMG, ain't seen him in a while. Good to see you, champ. Charleston, South Carolina. Let's go. We got New York City in the building. Come on now. Come on, man. You know, if I'm going to tell you, we got the East Coast. If I'm going to tell you, we got the Dirty South, I got to tell you the West Coast is here. Los Angeles, California is in the building. Come on and check on in. And as soon as I said that, y'all, let me tell y'all what happened. I felt some wind blowing. You know why I felt the wind blowing? Because Chicago, the Windy City, is also in the building. Come on, y'all, let's check on in. Baltimore, Maryland is in the building because the Ravens. Yeah, the Baltimore Ravens. Yeah, they in the building now. Number 1 seed in the AFC is here. Ohio in the building, I see you. Come on, man, you know VA is here. Y'all know what time it is. 757 in the building. Come on, y'all. 757 P-Town also in the building. Indianapolis, Indiana is in the building. Let's go. Fort Lauderdale, Florida is also in the building. However, Marlo is in Wyoming. Freezing, he said. 12 degrees out there. Lord have mercy. We got DC in here right with me. Got to know Washington is in the building. West Baltimore is also in the building. Come on, y'all. Let's check on in. Who else we got in here? Come on, Toon. You ain't got no wrench, Toon? Hey, Toon, I thought you had a wrench, Toon. I tell you what, Toon, when this thing is over, because I got to wait till this thing is over. I think I got to wait till the live over. I'm going to check it out. But here's the thing, Toon. I got you. Dag, Toon, I appreciate you telling me that, man. I thought you had one of them things. I got you. I thought you had one of them wrenches. Baltimore City, Park Heights in the building. Hey, let me tell y'all something, right? I got to say this. When I say this check-in right here, when I say this check-in right here, I gotta say this. Q Brown is my guy. Q Brown, I want to tell you something, Q. And this is not to leave nobody else out, but I'm just saying, Q, your comments in the comments section, boy, you be on point. You hear me? You know what time it is, Q. Greens. Got to get it right. Got tongue-tied because Q be on point. You hear me? Q, my man. Q Brown, my man. He be on point. Greensboro, North Carolina. Just check right on in. Salute. Huh? Come on, let's get it in. Raining all outside here on the east. Huh? It's a storm coming through this way. Let's go. We got one more. Can I get one more check-in? Yeah, we about to talk some boxing now. Huh? Asheville, Alabama. Just checked in, all the way in the building. Let's get it in. Come on and let's check on in. Yeah, let's check in. Can I get one more? Yeah, we're going to start the show off real quick. Can I get one more check-in? Yes, can I get one more check-in? Come on and get with me. Come on and get with me. Come on, let's get it in. Who else we got up in here? Ooh, G-Man just checked right on in. Huh? 757 again. Norfolk, Virginia is also in the building. Miami Gardens, I see you. Check on in, I see you. I see you, Miami Gardens, I see you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's it. We're going to move on. Hold up. We got one more. New Jersey is in the building. Yes, indeed. Shout out to you. I see you. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Listen now, the Town Watch check-in is officially over. But if there's anybody that still want to check in throughout the duration of this live broadcast, I'm definitely going to shout you out and make sure we get your check-in. Definitely. You better know that's how we do it live and live in color. What's going on, everybody? As the viewership is increasing exponentially. What's up? What's up? Where we at with it? Where we at with it? Kalamazoo? That's a real town? Never heard of it, but hey, somebody just checked it in. So we got the Kalamazoo, baby, in the building. That's what they say. What's up, y'all? What's going on? Yeah. Yeah, I see I just started some trouble on YouTube, huh? Man, oh man. Well, they call me Mr. Controversial. That's what they call me. Been calling me that way before I even got on YouTube, y'all. It's nothing new. I'm used to it by now. What's going on? What we talking about? Talking about some boxing today? Huh? Lord have mercy. What's going on? Hey, that show yesterday? Ooh, man, the preacher came out. Manager Martin Luther King. Did y'all see him? Huh? Hey, what's up, Mike Jones? Did y'all see Manager Martin Luther King yesterday? Whew, on point. Oh, that's in Michigan? Kalamazoo is in Michigan? Okay, now I know. 12 threes, now I know. Okay. Okay, now. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Woo! What y'all want to talk about real quick? You know, every now and then I freestyle. You know, I freestyle. What y'all want to talk about real quick? You know, I always do this to y'all. In the chat, I always do this. Because, you know, here's the thing. I want you all to have a very, very good experience when you come here. Right? When it's live, it's live. You know what I mean? That's why it's always good to just come on over here. Because you get a different experience. You get a live experience. I want something different and new when you come on here. I want you to enjoy yourselves. I want you to get fresh bread when you come here. Live experience. So, you know, so every now and then I'll freestyle and let y'all tell me what y'all want to talk about. You know, of course, boxing related. Then we get on to certain topics that you see in the title. You know what I mean? This is just one of them chill days. What y'all want to talk about? Huh? We're going to talk about Deontay Wilder and Big Bang Zhang. We definitely got to talk about that. We're going to talk about Terence Crawford versus Boots. It's a fight that might be, you know, doable. Since we don't know when Errol Spence is going to return while he's recuperating from his surgery, you know. But right now, what y'all want to talk about? Huh? Okay. I don't know, Creole. The question about the deadline for Devin, I don't know, to fight Sandor. I'm not sure. I do know that you know, I believe that Sandor Martin is Devin Haney's mandatory for the title. So, you know, that'll be a good fight though, you know, because you figure, well, we haven't seen, when the last time Sandor Martin fought? He fought, the last time I saw him is on December of last year, on the same night that Terence Crawford fought David Ebenezer. I think that was on the 10th of December of last year. He fought Teofimo Lopez. He actually knocked Teofimo Lopez down, but I don't think the referee counted that. Yeah, that'll be a good fight. Like I said, I don't know. I gotta check and see if Sandor Martin fought again. I haven't seen him. I'm about to check real quick. See what's going on. Hey, just so y'all know, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. I flew the kite out there. Yeah, see, sometimes when you fly a kite out, something's supposed to come back. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Let me see what's up with. Let me see what's going on with Sandor real quick. I think that's the last time he fought. We're gonna find out right now. Think so. You see something? Oh, oh, dang. Oh, I'm all the way wrong. That man done fought twice since he lost a split decision to Teofimo Lopez. He won by knockout in his next 2 fights. Isn't that something? So he fought in July of 2023. Then he fought a month ago, December 16th. How come I missed that? Oh, because that's why I missed. It was another country. It was in Torino, his last fight. About to say, I ain't never heard nothing about that. Oh, both of them was in 2 different, okay, so both of them was in 2 different, the same country, 2 different towns though. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. Yeah, listen, they on a collision course, him and Devin Haney. If Devin Haney fought in December, Sandor Martin also fought in December. And some people believe that Sandor Martin won that fight against Teofimo Lopez last year. It was a split decision. So, okay. And he is southpaw too, if that's worth anything, which I believe it is. But yo, that'll be a interesting fight. Interesting fight. Him and Devin Haney. Yeah, because he is mandatory. So yeah, let's get it on. What's up, y'all? What y'all want to talk about? I got the live audience right here. What y'all want to talk about? I don't care what it is. Let's go. See, I can freestyle. We don't do no scripts on here. Everything is live and living color, unscripted, unrehearsed. What y'all want to talk about? Yeah, come on in the chat. Let's talk. Don't matter what y'all want to talk about. Oh, by the way, I'm going to remind the people again. You know the link is pinned to the top. Yeah. Come on through. What y'all want to talk about? Let's go. Y'all want to talk about nothing? Y'all want to just go straight on to the topic? Huh? What y'all want to talk about? Mr. Greg jumped right on. There you go.
Hey, how are
What's
you?
up, Mr. Greg?
Hey, how you doing? How you doing, Road to Take family and everybody that's there? I wanted to a couple of things I wanted.
I'm doing great, man. Huh?
That's good. That's great. I wanted to ask anybody's thoughts with Deontay Wilder.
Oh, and Big Bang Zhang, or you talking about in general?
Just in general.
All right.
Because I never got a chance to talk to you about that last fight that he had. Did it seem to you it did to me that he just didn't want to fight no more? That the hunger to be champion, the hunger to get to where he wanted to go was just gone?
Did it seem like that to me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, it did, but what it did seem like that to me. However, what it also struck me is what I always tell people, and I'm sure you heard me say this several times before, that fighters get beat up and fighters get beat down.
Yeah.
And I think that psychologically, he was beat down. Of course, he's coming off of a long layoff in that fight. And I say he was beat down because the psychological and emotional toll, that devastating losses, particularly the ones in knockout fashion, usually have on fighters. And when you look at how gun shy he was, and I already predicted that, and we was up here talking about our predictions of that fight before it happened. I told Wilder through my prediction that if he just let a couple of rounds go with getting the ring rust off, just keep pumping that jab out there, and firing a straight right hand quick. Get the ring rust off. Let me see some of that body attack. Keep Parker at a distance since you had a 7.5 reach advantage over him. land a right hand at will, knock him out, pack the bags, and let's go home. But unfortunately, none of that happened. In fact, he was getting hit with a lot of unnecessary punches. And I believe that if Parker had just 2 more ounces of power, he probably would have knocked him out, unfortunately. And that's not to say that I don't support Deontay Wilder, because I do, but we got to look at the facts for what they are when we see a fighter of his caliber, you know, enduring the damage, but also he was a little bit winded, you know, usually he is anyway, but he just didn't have, you know, that desire. And sometimes that happened with a lot of boxers who accumulate a lot of money and then they exceed their own expectations, you know, and they get to a certain financial status, and then the level of commitment in that ring happens. You know, we've seen this before, and I'll let you move forward again, Mr. Greg. We've seen this with so many different fighters. I'm going to give you a classic one that parallels the career of Deontay Wilder, and that's Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
You know, Mike Tyson was going in the ring, knocking basically everybody out. Some fighters get knocked out earlier than others in his earlier phases. He won the world championship title, being the youngest in the history of the sport in the heavyweight division to do so. And he knocked out Trevor Burbank. And, you know, before that, though, he was just a menacing monster. Even after that, you know, even after that for a couple of years, he would intimidate you before you even get in the ring with the guy.
Yeah.
Then when you get in the ring and the referee bring you to both Tyson and, you know, the opponent to the middle of the ring to give the pre-fight instructions, he looking you in the eyes, following you around with his eyes, still trying to intimidate you. And, you know, so he used those tactics, and then get in the ring, open the bell, he ready to get you out of there. But then when you have a fighter who's not scared of you, not intimidated by you, who have enough boxing skills, and I'm talking about fundamentally when I say boxing skills, to use the jab, use uppercuts, use combinations, stay out of range to get hit. Well, there was nothing Mike Tyson can do in February of 1990 in Tokyo, Japan, because right after, Buster Douglas knocked him out, Mike Tyson was not the same, and his invincibility disappeared as soon as he hit the canvas. And we see the same thing that happened to Deontay Wilder, who was going in there, knocking guys out, some guys earlier than others, not even going past 6 rounds, 7 rounds, 8 rounds. So we didn't realize that he had stamina issues because most of his fights was ending pretty early. Then he does do 12 rounds to become the WBC heavyweight champion of the world when he fought Bermain Stavern. And then after that, he was just, for years, just flying through the division. And then he got in there with somebody who had enough boxing skills, like a Buster Douglas did to Mike Tyson in their first fight with Fury. And then after that, Fury changed his game plan up. Instead of him backing up, instead of him trying to outbox Wilder, he pressed him because he took his best punch and got back up, even though some would say that was controversial, and it was pretty controversial. But at the same time, after that, Wilder has not been the same. So we've seen this parallel happening in boxing.
Plays out just like you said all the time. With Wilder, I think the three Fury fights did damage to him psychologically and physically over the course of those 3 fights. But what I saw, and I know we did talk about it before the fight, but I didn't talk about it after the fight. That just looks like he was like, why am I even here? I don't want to be here. This is what his body language was saying to me.
Which fight?
The last fight
Parker?
With Parker. It just seemed like he wasn't trying to it didn't even seem like he was trying to win to me. He was just there. And so it told me that this fight and whatever he went through in the training said something about what was going on with him that wasn't good for him to continue to fight now. And this fight here that may happen with Zhang, I think that's either a reassuring fight or let me just check to make sure that I'm still here. I don't know which way it is, but the last fight didn't make sense. I think he needs to really needs to reexamine and reevaluate whether he wants to keep doing this, because this is where you start getting hurt now. When you're doubting yourself, when you're not really wanting to go through the training, when you don't really want to 100% prepare. And when we come to the money part, a lot of the fighters who are getting money, $1 million paydays, 5 million, 8 million, you're wearing your silk pajamas, you're riding in your Lambo, you don't feel like getting up 4 o'clock in the morning running. You know, if you're married, it's great. But if you're not, is even, I guess for them, it's even better because, you know, they got the world is their oyster now. And they just having taste of everything. And the price you have to pay to keep it becomes harder because the target is on your back. You the big, at one point, you was at the top of the food chain and everybody wants your position. But you're enjoying things so well, you still don't want, you got to work really harder to stay at the top than you do to get there. Mm-hmm. So that's the issue I see that's happening with Wilder right now. I know you also had mentioned Boots and Terence.
Right. Don't go there yet. Don't go there yet.
Okay, we won't go there. Okay.
Yeah, hold on.
I'll stay with Wilder right now.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir.
So
yo, D3. Go ahead.
I'm really hoping that if this is what he's doing, because I like Wilder. I didn't want to see him in like it seems to be happening. Like you're in there now, you're really just going through the motions and you're not winning. And all it would take, as we all know, for anybody, one punch to either put you out permanently or damage you so bad that we now become scared for you when you was the power punching that was laying everybody out. I just don't want to see it happen like that, knowing that the reason why he actually, the reason that he used that he started boxing was because of his daughter. Yeah. You know, for her to be good. And now you're going to go in the ring and might get your own self hurt where what your motivation was for her to be good. So you got to decide what you want to do. And I hope he does that. Mm-hmm. That's what I was just thinking about.
That's a good point. And that's a good way to start the foundation off for us to segue into, that fight. But before we do that, D35, what's going on, man?
What's going on?
Oh, what's going on, D35? How are you?
Mr. Greg?
I ain't seen you in a while.
Huh. I know my son, he play a lot of sports, so I've been back and forth. I got full custody, so.
Yeah. Well, that's a good thing, man.
Congratulations.
That's great.
Congratulations, brother.
I appreciate it. I need some help. I don't need no congratulations. My son is a handful, man. I swear. Well, I'm cooking, but I'm gonna turn my camera off. I don't want.
That's cool. Yeah, it's all good.
But yeah, I definitely. Y'all was talking about Wilder, right?
Yeah. Before we talked about the fight that we keep hearing nowadays that he might be involved in with Big Bang Zhang. We was talking about the effects of his last fight and how he looked, and what's next for him. What's your take on Wilder in that last fight he had with Parker?
Well, the fight with Parker was accumulation of his trainer. I feel like if you go back to the second fight against Tyson Fury, well, when you go back to the first fight with Tyson Fury, he was lean. He was at his natural weight, about 215 pounds. And even though he lost, he got a draw, he still had his stamina. He still had snaps on his punches. He was able to carry his power through 12 rounds in that first round. In that first fight. And then all the controversy came out with his trainer, with the water, with the Tyson Fury gloves, which I believe he cheated with the water and with the gloves. And then Malik had him put on all that weight. And ever since he tried to put on all that weight, he didn't have the stamina. He didn't have the footwork. He didn't have the power to go along with it throughout 12 rounds. That's why he looked as sluggish after the third round in both the fights. And now Malik is trying to implement a jab and foot movement with an older fighter. He doesn't understand, like, you have to work with what you got. You can't it's like you can't teach an old dog new tricks. And he's trying to make Wilder a boxer punching off of angles and not really focusing on what he needed to focus on, his defense. His footwork is terrible, not just to be a puncher, not just to be a boxer, but just to be able to be defensively responsible. You know, that's why I feel like he really didn't know how to do it. He's been training a certain way for these last few years, and he don't really understand the fundamentals of footwork and head movement and blocking punches, and you know, when his body's up against the ropes and how to grab and hold. And he just, I mean, you know, I think his trainer actually has damaged him and it really essentially, like, you know, crushed his career because he's trying to make him a boxer and not just work on his strengths. What got him there? But you know, Wilder always had flaws in his defense and his head movement and his feet work, and it get exposed every time he's in there with a boxer. Every time he's in there with a guy that can box and move and get up under that jab, he don't know. Like when a boxer get up under Wilder's jab, he just shell up. He just put his hands he put his high guards up and he just lean back. Like he leans back to get out of punch. You know, that's a no-no in boxing. That's how you get clipped on your chin. Just kind of like Chris Colbert got knocked out, trying to lean back and go backwards off his back foot instead of taking angles to escape. So I just feel like his Wilder trainer just, you know, he a good brother, mean well, but that's not the right person he needs in his corner.
But wasn't Mark Breland trying to do the same thing to some degree earlier when he was with Wilder, trying to get him to box more?
He was trying to get my fault, Mr. Gray. He was trying to get him to set up his punches more off his jab and stop just relying on his right hand. Malik is trying to make him like Ali, moving off your feet, jabbing.
Yeah,
like that's not. I mean,
it's too late to do that.
It's over with. Like, you go get him hurt for real, trying to get out of the way of a punches, and he's not even. His mind and his body's not on the same page to even move like that in the ring in the heat of fire. So I don't know, Wilder.
I hope, like I said, I was telling Marty, I hope that if they do this fight before they even get the fight, if it happens, that he really does a self-assessment and evaluation of what he really wants at this stage. Has he gotten enough money where he wanted to do what he wanted to do with his child? Is he comfortable enough that he can walk away and still, you know, he can talk, he can still see, he can do things that he hasn't been able to do, go out, have some fun, things like that. Because I would hate for him to get into one or two more fights when all that changes, when now he's not walking like he needs to, now he doesn't have all his faculties and so forth and so on. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen to him, because that's what I was seeing with Parker. Parker was just two or three more hard punches in, he might have hurt Wilder Wilder, in my opinion, the way Wilder was fighting and his mindset, like he didn't want to be there. But I just hope that's not the case with him. That's how I'm feeling about him. This fight, if it comes up, it may change everything. We'll see. But what Mark was doing at the time was probably the time that Wilder was going to just stop relying on his power, because he would even talk about it. All I need is one punch. The fight is over. So he had that mindset. He never thought about, and he would fight, what happens when you drop a guy and he still gets up? What do you do now? And I think that's what Mark was thinking when he was trying to get Wilder to do different things. But Wilder had, again, if you have a success rate of just knocking people out, sometimes that breeds a certain degree of arrogance, and then you start having contempt. Why I gotta do all this? Well, all I need is one punch and we can go home. And you have a history of that continuously happening. And somebody says, yeah, we know that, but we need you also be able to do that. You tend not to listen. And what I was hearing, and just rumors, you see little things written, it could be true, it could be false, that's what was happening in the gym. Wilder was like, I ain't trying to do all of that. I know what I gotta do when I get in the ring. And when you have that happen continually, sooner or later, we've seen it with different fighters, somebody got an answer for you.
Yeah, styles make fights, and styles make fights, and I feel like Mark Breland, he was just trying to take away Wilder's being one hand dominant. So that's why he was trying to have him work off the jab. I think Malik is trying, like I said before, he's trying to make him into a boxer. Like he's trying to make him into this sleek, slick Ali type of boxer, moving off the jab, moving around, like wasted energy. Like this wasted energy when you don't know how to use it. Like Floyd Mayweather, he used the ring, but his body was conditioned for that. Ali was a big heavy. I mean, was a heavyweight. He used the ring. Tyson was way bigger than him, but he knew how to use the ring, use his foot in range. Wilder, they trying to make him to somebody that he ain't, and he gonna get hurt for real. But the only thing I do say about in heavyweight, it only take one punch in boxing, period. But he hasn't took a lot of punishment in the sport because of his right hand. He hasn't really been beat up, and besides the Tyson Fury fight.
And he started late as well in the game.
Yeah.
He didn't come up, starting at 9 and 10. He started very late. So there's some things he's just not, and I think what you said about Malik trying to show him, there's some things that's too late for him to do now.
Yeah.
He's just not going to do it. He's going to try it, and he's not going to look well. And it could, as you say, get him hurt trying to do something that doesn't come natural to him.
Just like my bad, Marty. Just like I tell people all the time, I think Andy is a horrible matchup for Wilder because Andy he got some of the quickest hands in boxing. He can take a punch, and he's been fighting bigger guys his entire career. And all it takes for him to slip up under that jab and hit Wilder just like he was hitting Ortiz and knocking him out, and it's gonna be over with. So.
I would have to agree with y'all, especially about the training. I've been saying this for a minute now, privately, and Mark Breland, we have to give him credit. I mean, this is a former world champion, former decorated amateur. We're talking about. You don't fire him. No, you don't fire him. You don't make allegations that he spiked your water. Everybody in the game that I know of in this business speak very highly of Mark Breland. Having integrity, being a man of his word, always being a mature fella and a professional, and just always being a good guy overall. So when I heard that, I knew it was just, excuses, that was being made. If you look at Mark Breland's character, Mark Breland was about to do the right thing. And what I mean by that is earlier before it happened, he was about to throw the towel in. But he was told, don't do it. Don't throw the towel in. But he went and did it anyway by protecting Wilder because he really cared for the guy. When you got other people that was in that corner saying, let him die on his shield. And Mark Breland understood because he understood how it felt to get knocked out and lose his title. You understand? And being able to live to fight another day. So when you have guys that are not experienced in your corner to be able to give you the information as a fighter to overcome adversity while you're in that ring, sometimes you're done. And so that's what we saw in the second fight. Now, when it comes down to him firing Mark Breland, if you're going to fire Mark Breland, a guy who's a decorated amateur, former world champion, and a guy who had one of the best jabs in the business that was trying to teach you how to set up your punches, like D35 said, with the straight stiff jab to set up the right hand, instead of just throwing the right hand out of nowhere, you have to replace him with somebody of a better caliber. Not disrespecting Malik Scott. He is from my city, but we got to keep it all the way 100. I mean, Malik Scott is a guy who Deontay Wilder put on the canvas, and really he ain't get back up. Now, I think personally he could have got back up. But that's my personal opinion. But the bottom line is, when he came onto the team, I didn't see any adjustments being made. As I always say, and I said it yesterday, the fighter who makes the most adjustments in the fight usually win. And so when I saw in the second fight, and then in the third fight, especially the third fight, I'm like looking at Wilder. He came out doing a really good job disrupting the timing of Fury in the third fight. He was throwing a jab to the body. He was boxing. He was standing firm. I was like, okay, that's the game plan. But when you look at the training regimen and the strategy in this Parker fight, Wilder was backing up too much, trying to outbox Parker, trying to hit him as he was coming in, instead of you taking the initiative with the 7-inch reach advantage and you back this guy up. You got way more power than him. But like D35 said, I agree. It seemed like Malik Scott was trying to change his style from being a bully and a puncher to being a boxer puncher. And that just was not the right game plan against anybody, whether it be Robert Helenius first or, Parker. Double salute to the member of the Roller Tape Film crew and supervisor, my main man, Pots and Pans, member of the channel, Biz on the Beat. And so the thing is, now what happens next? Now, we do know that Wilder was coming off of a 3-week notice, I think 2.5 or 3-week notice when he got that call to fight Parker at the last minute. Thank God he was already training already. He was kind of in good enough shape to get in that ring and compete. When you look at what's next for Wilder, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. This is not a good stylistic matchup for him. When you got a guy who loses almost every round in a fight, and I'm talking about business now, how the business is designed, you don't want to get him in there with a heavy puncher in his next fight, because the whole goal is to rebuild his confidence. Because he took a lot of punches in the fight with Parker. He did. And like I said before, if Parker would have had like 2 ounces more power, he would have knocked Wilder down, if not knocked him out. And so coming off of that third fight with Fury, then only doing basically a half of the first round against Helenius, then turning around and fighting Parker, he did go the whole 12, but he took too many punches, in my opinion, by not being the aggressor. Your next fight should not be in there with a knockout artist or a power puncher like Big Bang Zhang. And we've seen that happen. And I'm going to give you an example. Another guy from my city, BY, Brian Jennings. He went in there, biggest fight of his career. He fought Klitschko. I think he did enough to really outpoint Klitschko. It was extremely close. But of course, the fight went to Klitschko. In his next fight, remember Vladimir Klitschko, he don't have soft pillow fists. You know what I mean? That's why they call him the nickname that he got, Dr. Iron Fist.
Yeah.
So, you got BY in there fighting him, and then in BY Jennings' next fight, he gets in there with Louis Ortiz, and we see what happened to him.
Ooh.
And so what I'm saying is, these are big money fights, but at the same time, if you're going to go in there with a guy who's a power puncher after you done took a lot of punishment from a guy who's not really that much of a power puncher, if Big Bang Zhang hit Wilder with them same punches Parker did, it might be an early night and an early retirement for Wilder.
I'm surprised too, and maybe I'm wrong, that he would get a fight with that short of a notice at the status that Wilder should still have, even though he's lost. That you get somebody like Wilder gets 3 weeks notice for a fight.
Well, look, it happened with Andy Ruiz. Andy Ruiz got 3-week notice against Anthony Joshua.
Yeah.
So you can tell there's a form of cherry picking with that. It's just business. You know what I mean? Because if Wilder had a full training camp and he became the actual Wilder that we're accustomed of seeing him, that fight might have would have ended a little different. You know,
that's why I'm just surprised that he took the fight like that. But it again, I'm about to say again, money will talk. And he was probably owed the fight as well, depending on how his contracts are set up. So I said, we got it for you, and you're like, okay, well, I got to take it.
And if you win, you're gonna get the big money fighting Anthony Joshua.
Yeah, so I understand it, overall, but it's I hate to just see that descent happen to any fighter, because I know what can happen. You can die in that ring, and you never even achieve the goals that you want. So I just hate to see it happen to him, because to me, Wilder should be the heavyweight champion. But we know how I go. I know how I go. But
Errol Spence said something in a tweet, I believe it was yesterday, and I might be paraphrasing. He was extremely right. He said, basically, it don't get real until you realize you're 37 years old and you start fighting fights that you used to make millions of dollars in to only being like making 10% of what you were accustomed to making at your older age. So these things happen. These things happen. So I'm not saying that's what's going on with Wilder, where he's making 10% of his earnings that he's accustomed to. But at the same time, he's not getting any younger either. What is he, 38? Almost 39, Wilder?
36, 37, I think. I don't know. I think he up there. I mean, he up there.
Yeah, he almost 40 years old. You all right, Mr. Greg?
I hate coughing on film. I was eating, and you know how a little crumb get in your throat and it won't get out.
Yeah, you all right?
I'm not about to kill over.
All right, you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
You all right?
It was just that some food got stuck. It's still in there, but I'm okay.
Drink some water, Mr. Greg.
I'm going to get some as soon as somebody else come on. So
no, go ahead, man.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead, get some water, Mr. Greg. Yeah. We got it.
Yeah.
But hey, D35. Somebody in the chat said that Wilder is 38 and Zhang is 41 in a couple months.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. But if you fight Zhang, he gonna get hurt. Zhang can punch. He know exactly what he's doing. He's not just in there to be hit. He in there to destroy you, just like Wilder is. But if the old Wilder shows up, where he's leading with his jab and stand on his back foot, waiting for you to come in, that's different. But when you're trying to move, I mean, Malik is just not a good trainer. I mean, he hasn't brought anybody up. Like what you said about Mark, he decorated, good person, and he actually cared about Wilder versus the fighter that fought Virgil Ortiz. They knew they fighter had 2 CAT scans that came back with a brain aneurysm, and they allowed their fighter to go out there. And, I mean, that's just crazy. Mark Breland, he got accused of some crazy stuff about, allowing the water to be spiked and all of this. And I understand Wilder was upset the first time he losing, but like you said, I agree with you. If you go replace him, you need to go get a buddy, Freddie Roach maybe, or you got to get somebody that's good. Hold on. Like you got to get somebody like Hall of Fame coach, and even like Virgil, or even the one that trained Danny Jacobs. I like him as a coach.
Andre Rozier?
No, the black guy. He got a bald head. He trained Danny Jacobs. And either him or the guy that trained Andre Ward. Like I like them.
Virgil Hunter.
Virgil Hunter.
Yeah, I think those would be somebody that can help
talking
you
about
out.
Barry Hunter?
Not Barry Hunter. I like Barry Hunter.
Oh,
but I'm talking about the one guy that trains on the Danny Jacobs trainer.
I said Andre Rozier. That's his old trainer from Brooklyn.
The black guy's name Andre Rozier.
He's from Brooklyn, New York. They from Brooklyn.
Yeah, that's him. Yes, my bad.
He trains Demetrius Andrade now.
Yes.
Yeah, he Andre Rozier. Mm-hmm.
So I think a fighter like that would be more better for like a Wilder. Somebody. Malik he hasn't proven anything. He wasn't even a great fighter. You know.
Salute Marty. Salute Greg. Salute
Hey, man.
D35. What's happening?
What's up, man? What's up, y'all?
I mean, I understand,
Man,
I mean, you
I'm
can
hurt.
show your face. Some football teams losing, it's okay. You can show your face, brother. It's all right. There you go, brother. It's okay. It's all good, bro.
Man, I was so hurt. It ain't right. This ain't right.
I thought it was gonna be more competitive, man. What happened?
Bruh, for one, the refs start getting real chippy at the end. We look, but other than that, I gotta give it to Michigan. They had an amazing first quarter. They had an amazing third quarter. They have an amazing run game. We couldn't do anything. Bro, put it this way. They had back-to-back run drives. 2 of their runs were top 3 of their longest runs in team history. They was murdering us with the run game. We had no answer for that.
Yeah, that joint, man.
We try to get them next time, man. This is that, yeah. But you know what I mean? I still give you they respect. They went 13, you know what I mean? 13, 14 wins. Just couldn't get the big W, but it's all right. We're gonna come back.
It's all good. We talking about Deontay Wilder possibly fighting the bull from China. He lives in New Jersey now. Big Bang Zhang. Power punch.
What's it called?
26 wins.
I was hearing you guys saying
26 wins with 26 wins, and I think 22 of them by way of knockout. Big Bang Zhang.
Wilder should have went with Floyd when Floyd offered him.
He did offer him. He did.
You should have went with Floyd, and then we wouldn't be sitting here talking about all this. Would it come to Malik? Like I said the last time, Malik is something that Wilder needed early in his career. Not now. It's too late now.
Hey, band up. This Lucky McKinnell. I don't think Floyd Mayweather would have been the best bet. Floyd is a short fighter. You need somebody that's tall that fight the same type of fight, just like you, to teach you something. And I feel like Emmanuel Stewart was like one of the best. You ain't got Emmanuel Stewart around. I think he should have went with Lennox Lewis, just for a little education.
Hey, Lucky, who would you have recommended Deontay Wilder to hire after he let Mark Breland go?
Not Malik Scott. I never heard of him until then. It's not too many good train. Who's the guy that was working with AB? Hunter?
Barry Hunter, and God rest his soul, Mike Stafford.
Yeah, Hunter might.
And Kevin Cunningham too.
It might
Mike
be
Hunter's dead.
It's up.
I'm sorry. Mike Stafford has passed away.
Yes, he has.
I didn't realize that. So I didn't hear that.
Yeah, it's my hometown, man. It hurt the city with that one.
And that's what I mean by, like, it's not too many good trainers around.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of them is gone now, and ain't too many of them pick up, where they left off, and that's the bad part. Because they didn't teach so many people, you would have thought somebody would have jumped in there and tried to be a good trainer just like them. But I feel like, Lennox Lewis probably would have been the best bet as far as teaching him a little something as far as throwing the jab with the straight right. And with a straight left, I'm sorry. He threw the jab with the right. But Lennox Lewis.
No, you was right the first time. No, you was right. He threw the jab with the left and then the cross with the right. You was right.
Okay. But Lennox Lewis can help him out with that. That's the only tall fighter I think that's still around that could really teach him how to fight that same fight that he was fighting when he was with Mark Breland.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think what about Roy Jones, man? I think Roy Jones would be a good help to Wilder.
He's not a tall fighter. He's gonna teach him how to run around.
Nah, but I mean, he fought at the heavyweight. I think he'll work on the things that going to help him versus trying to change him completely. I'm looking at a fighter you got. I mean, when you're dealing with a fighter, you got to know what they good and what they're not good at, and what they just can't do in the ring. You know,
I don't
like
know.
But
I
you
don't
also
know,
got to
like,
have somebody who's gonna listen to you, and I think that was one of Wilder's issues too, that he
Mhm.
wasn't always listening and doing what they wanted him to do because he knew what he had the power. And his attitude was always be all I need is 30 seconds or one punch. You know, that was his attitude that he had, and he was serious about it. So you got to have somebody he's gonna listen to, who's gonna show you and get you to do what you need to do. That's where those old school trainers that we talked about once before would have come in. But all of them are basically gone, and there's no teachers. People claim that they're a teacher, but there are really no real teachers there out here anymore.
That's
And
true.
Wilder is definitely needs, if he's going to stay in the game, to be able to listen, to do at least what he can do at this age, and do it as well as he can. But he has to still be willing to listen.
Well, we got to understand too, Wilder has a history of having a lot of yes men around him too, where
and
he's
Malik Scott, one of them.
yeah, Malik Scott, unfortunately, not to talk bad about him, but it's true. He's definitely one of them. And you see that Wilder never, did better with his stamina issues. I know there was a time where he said he don't do no road work. He don't run, jog. He don't do none of that. I don't know if he's doing it the last couple of fights or not. I heard he was, but I'm not sure. But when you got a guy like Malik Scott who's trying to change the pattern of what got Wilder the wins in the first place, that's a telltale sign that it's not going to work. I mean, this guy's style is to be the aggressor, is to walk his opponents down and set traps. But the thing that was never adjusted was Wilder's lack of defense. I mean, he doesn't move his head a lot. He does put both his hands up a lot when the opposition is coming his way, but he's not throwing nothing back. And on top of that, one of the things that I always used to say about Wilder, even back then, years and years ago, is I would love to see that right hand attack the body more, attack the body instead of just head hunting, where you can set the punch up with the body shots if the person don't go down, and then you land it upstairs after you throw the right hands to the body or the left to the body and come back upstairs with the right. But he doesn't have a body attack. He just have one punch, and then once you neutralize that one straight punch, it's like, oh, I got him now. It's over. I disarmed him. And when you disarm him, it's like, it's over from there. So, I mean, it's unfortunate. I'm just gonna be 100. I just don't want him to take this fight with Big Bang Zhang. Not him. Not him. Because he has way more power than Parker. And the punches that Parker landed on Wilder, if Big Bang hit him with that, Wilder might be going down again. Because the first thing I look at on fighters, and I tell people this all the time, and I even said it with Spence and even before that, when fighters are coming off of long layoffs, especially the fighters that's up in age, I look at their legs. First thing I look at. And I saw the telltale signs with Wilder's legs. Now, I don't know why Malik Scott did not see that, or maybe he did and he don't know what to do. When you got a guy who's having leg trouble, it's no point in him moving all around with lateral movement and running around the ring with these problems. When you look at guys, when you look at guys like Floyd Mayweather, go and look at how when his legs are not there, Floyd Mayweather started losing the step in his legs. Go back and watch his fights. I'm gonna tell you the first fight where he changed up his style a little bit, when obviously his legs wasn't all the way there. Miguel Cotto. You see how he fought Miguel Cotto? He fought Miguel Cotto literally 80% of that fight was off of the ropes. That's because his legs was not all the way there, being in his late 30s. So what I'm saying is that when you got a guy like a Wilder whose legs are not all the way there because of wear and tear, you got to make sure that his punches count. He's standing, flat-footed, and he's ready to throw necessary punches, get out the way, and that's it. And then once he go to the body, slow his opponent down. Let them think twice about rushing in. Then take him home, bow, knock him out, get the check, and let's go home. But he's gun shy, Mr. Greg. He can't pull the trigger. He was second guessing himself. He was trying to figure out, should I throw it now? No, it's not the right time. And it was the right time. And all of that happens because psychologically, you know, boxing is 85% mental. When a guy is beat down and they have to come back out there, overcome adversity, sometimes they don't really overcome that hump. And I did see that in that fight with Parker against Wilder. So with that being said, Big Bang Zhang should not be the next opponent for Deontay, my opinion.
Well, let's hope that if he's going to fight, that it'll be something, a fighter. You don't have to have an easy fight, but a fighter that's going to at least not put him in a position where he can't fight anymore and where he has to actually ask some questions of himself. Do I want to keep doing this? And he might just need just that kind of fighter that'll answer that for him without him ending up in the hospital and having MRIs and all the other kind of stuff, because there's a lot of big guys out there who can punch. He's made enough money, so you have to start thinking about that now.
Yeah. And he made some investments, I believe I heard him say as well. Double salute to Aaron Muhammad. Double salute to Two Cents Boxing, members of the Roller Tape Film crew and supervisors. They're definitely in the chat, and that's a part of the privilege of being a member of the channel. So salute to both of them. Quick question. If Deontay Wilder was on a snack program, could you imagine? Can you imagine with the endurance and then the power that he already have? Can you imagine how these fights would end for some of these fighters, man? Seriously.
His feet up there, though.
When you have your whole team, you have a great trainer. You're getting the proper nutrition. I mean, as we know, it takes a whole team to make a great fighter. You can have talent and you can learn skill, but you still got to have some other components for that engine to run brilliantly.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Wilder lacks skill.
Yes.
It's not going to help him with skill.
But you can learn skill. Now I'm saying if they had developed him in that way, the skill is something that you learn and you develop. Talent you're born with. Somebody can come along who's the right fit for you. Okay, I'm going to show you how to use that punching power. I'm going to show you how to use that jab, that height, that reach, and you develop that, but you got to do it when you're in the early stages of your career. Wilder started late, if you remember. Yes. So there's some things that are not going to come to him well. But if he had all that and the snack program, because I believe, all of us probably, if we did our blood test right now, we'll find that there's some issues here and there that we can correct while we still are young enough, even me, young enough to still say, I can still fix this right now. So you can imagine an athlete who operates at a higher level than we do, which is why we look at them and marvel at their accomplishment, who does the same thing. Let me find out how I can be better. Check my blood. Maybe I am deficiently in calcium or vitamin D, vitamin C. Maybe I'm not getting enough oxygen to my lungs and to my muscles. And if you have all of that as part of your program that you work with, a part of your training, your development, the Klitschko's had a very good, I don't know what their nutrition program was, but they had one because they were 100% athletes. They wasn't working anywhere. All they did was develop, train as professional fighters. And when you get to that level, that's what you got to do. You got to have all those professionals around you and not yes men. But sometimes you get them multi-million-dollar fights and a little bit of celebrity come to you and you're on a TV, a reality show as Wilder was, and you get invited here, you get invited there, and everybody's trying to cater to you. You start believing, and we've all seen it, I'm the greatest thing ever because I got that power. Everybody loves me because of that. So maybe I ain't going to training for the first 3 or 4 days when I'm supposed to be there. Maybe I'll take off, or you start cutting corners and stuff like that, because that's what sometimes money does do. He's not the only fighter who's ever had that problem. I remember Fernando Vargas had that problem when he started getting money. Oscar had that problem. Oscar decides he wanted to record an album and run around across the world with women and stuff like that. And you started seeing it showing up in his fights, how some of the little things that he was doing, how it was affecting him. So it happens all the time. That's what money is great, but money can also be a detriment, particularly if you decide that you're going to live that celebrity lifestyle when you have to be a 100% athlete, and which is, we can't do anything about it but hope that most of them don't. Because we always say when somebody's rising up, we always say we hope he don't fall into the traps. So that's my take on Wilder. I'm just hoping that this will change him for the better, or he'll pull out before he gets really badly hurt.
Got you. All right, well, let's segue into Errol Spence Jr. We already know what's going on. We talked about it briefly yesterday. As far as some people might say it's an excuse. Some people say he prolonged this process of getting surgery for whatever reason, particularly the reason of him, not being a little bit more responsible as an athlete. He even said himself in the tweet that he basically went his whole career with not being a 100% boxing athlete as far as his mentality and being 100% committed to the craft all year round. He spoke on that. At the same time, though, he has an eye issue again, this time him having surgery through the right eye for the cataracts. Whether it was procrastinated or not, he got it done. Obviously, that's going to push away the rematch for a while, at least push it back, or even cancel it altogether. We don't know yet. But what we do know is that Terence Crawford is ready to fight. Apparently, it's December, then January. So we got 6 months down the line after his first fight. We got Boots. He fought not too long ago. He's prime. He's ready to fight now. Should these two guys fight now, Boots versus Terence Crawford? The reason why I'm asking that, we hinted at it a little bit yesterday, but when you look at Terence Crawford's pattern in the fight before he fought Spence, he went off and fought David Ebenezer at 147 pounds. So this might not be out of the ordinary for him to fight maybe Boots in hopes of him still getting that rematch with Errol Spence. What's y'all take on right now, timing-wise, Crawford versus Boots? I'll start with you, Mr. Grant.
Is Boots available right now?
I think so.
Or does he have a fight signed?
To my understanding, I don't think he has a fight signed just yet. I know that people have been talking to Bozy, and I know that Bozy was saying that they're working on something for the earlier part of this year, but nothing is like etched in stone right now, from what I know.
If Terence gonna stay at 147, I think that's a great fight, in my opinion. If he's going to stay at 147, you can't fight Earl right now. So I would take the Boots fight. I think he should take the Boots fight because that will resolve a lot of chatter about whether or not he can compete with Boots, et cetera, et cetera. Secondly, in my opinion, I thought Boots was the future of the 147 division. So I kind of see if he and Terence fight and Terence loses, it's a passing of the torch. Okay, now Boots has been stamped with this great win if we go like that. The question I have, though, is Terence going, because he, it's been always 147, 154 in the last couple of months. If he's not going to fight at 147, I understand that he's almost about to be stripped of another belt. I'm not sure which one it was that I was reading about. But if you're going to fight at 147 and you want to stamp yourself again while you wait on EJ, fight Boots. Beat him where there's no question that Boots has no business in the ring with you yet. That's my feeling actually about Boots right now. Boots is a good fight, but I don't think he's time enough for Terence. But I think it's a great fight because Terence will get some challenges from Boots. That I believe. The other thing is who else is there he's going to fight. I don't think the Charlos are going to be is in the picture. I don't think Jamel Charlo's in the picture fighting anybody right now. I think some legal issues are coming his way. I think. So ain't no use getting ready for that. And then he got to go to court and he got to do this, he got to do that. And it's going to delay a fight, or maybe go to court quick and maybe they put him away for a couple of months. Who knows? But if Boots is available, that's an ideal fight. Or we still got the Tim Tszyu situation or fight that is possible if he's going to go to 154. If you're going to stay if you're going to go 154, go ahead and fight Tim Tszyu. Nobody wants to see anything really. Everybody wants to see the rematch, but we now know that rematch is not going to happen right away. So everybody got to calm down. So it's either got to be Boots at 147, in my opinion, or go ahead and fight Tim Tszyu at 154. Now you can get a belt fighting Tim Tszyu if you want to do that. And you'll shut everybody up by him also fighting Boots. So it's kind of, to me, a win-win, regardless of which two fights he takes. But decisions got to be made. Decisions need to be made as soon as possible because nobody expected another delay. I mean, I'm not surprised about why the delay is, but nobody expected it. So let's go. Let's put aside EJ because I mean, EJ, there's criticism for him that's going to come because he's starting to talk now and he's starting to say a lot of the stuff that I've said about him. He's starting to admit it his own self. So I don't need to even go in on that too much. But going forward, I'd like to see one of those two fights happen. I think a lot of people want to see him fight Boots. I don't think they care that much about Tim Tszyu. But for Terence, let's see what's the best idea, what's the best money for him, because he's older too. He's trying to get some good paydays before he gets out of there. So whichever one pays the most and who's available the soonest. And that's where I am on that fight. Those two fights. That's how I feel about it.
Got you. Lucky McKinnell's, I mean, what's your take on it? Like I said, Boots is, from what I can understand, Boots is available. Crawford is available. Errol Spence obviously is not available. Boots have a belt now. We know Crawford, he has the other 3 belts. Since Spence is not going to be available, and both of these 147-pound champions are available, I mean, do you think Crawford and Boots should get it on now?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a little short. I'm at a buffet, so it's a little loud in here. But I'm with Mr. Gray with what he said, and Mr. Gray said something. He said, who else is there for Errol Spence to fight? I mean, not Errol Spence, Terence Crawford. But who else is there for Boots? I think that's like the real question. Who else is there for Boots? Like, I think Boots do need to fight Terence more than Terence need to fight Boots. So Terence might fight Tim Tszyu. He might fight Boots. But knowing Terence, he might get another cab driver.
There's also Ortiz who had I guess that was a sparring session for a couple of minutes that Terence could also beat up on, or no, he can't come down to 147. I'm sorry, but so Terence could beat up on Ortiz as well, which is interesting as well. I don't think they're gonna let that happen, but that's another way. For Boots, I don't know other than Stanionis. If he's still at 147, I mean, we're seeing fights we don't want to see now. So, I mean, don't be surprised if we see some more of it. They're easier fights to make, and maybe you want to give your guy who has the bigger spotlight. Okay, let's get you an easy payday while we work on these harder fights to make. Something like that might be going on.
Hey, I did do some research last night. We was talking about Boots Ennis being on Snack.
Mm-hmm.
Um, that fight was with Thomas Delume, and he knocked him out in the first round in a minute and some change with a straight left, and that's why he was on Snack. He haven't had a knockout like that since his 15th fight, and I believe that was number 29 for him. When he got with Snack, he was able to knock that guy out in a minute and change. So just wanted to say that.
Okay.
Better be careful.
Thanks for that research. We did see him have Snack on his logo even after that fight. So we know that he was still being sponsored by Snack, even though he probably wasn't on the program after one fight. D35, you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
What's your take on this thing, man? I mean, both guys, Boots and Bud, they're both at 147, both world champions at this point. Spence is not in the picture right now. Should both of these guys fight each other? Boots
Um,
against Bud Crawford.
can I start from the beginning with Spence? So
Go
me
ahead.
personally, I feel that the energy is not there for Spence like it would be there for Bud if Bud was have done this. Spence wanted the rematch, and then he knew he had all this time, and then he wait and make a tweet and said I'm back, and then a couple days later he posted that he has he had cataract eye surgery. So I feel like if Bud would have done this, it would have been so much slander, on Bud's name the position was different. Um, I don't know I don't know if Bud can go fight anybody else. I don't know if he's on the shelf because of what Earl Spence has to go through with just had the surgery, then healing up, and then get back into the camp. Kind of like the Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury situation where he had to take him to court. So I don't know that situation. Now with the Boots fight, I feel like Boots really he hasn't laid enough groundwork to get a big fight of that magnitude. Even though the division is weak right now, Sean Porter's not in there. You can fight Keith Thurman, but Keith Thurman ain't trying to fight nobody unless it's for $20 million. He hasn't fought in years. So he's just trying to get paid. I think he should fight Boots. I think Boots can fight Rashidi Ellis. Even though Rashidi Ellis has one loss, he had a controversial loss against the guy that Boots just beat up. So I think Bud looking for the big paydays at this point in his career. He wants the big money fights. That's why he's calling out the Canelos. That's why he's calling out the Charlos. He's trying to go out to the big name fights for the big payday because he's not about to stick around the sport of boxing longer than he has to. I think maybe 1 or 2 more fights, and then he's done. Maybe 3 if the right fight come along, as far as money-wise. I don't think Boots is a big money fight. It is a big competitive fight, and the boxing fans want to see that fight. I want to see that fight just as a fan, but that's not my position. I mean, I'm not in Bud position. He want money. He done put his work in, and he solidified his career as being a Hall of Famer, done something that no other welterweight or no other boxer has done besides the female, being undisputed in 2 different weight classes. So even though I want to see it from a competitive standpoint, I think he'll win, but it will also hurt Boots. You beat a fighter that hasn't proven himself on eye test for skills. He has, some people call him the Matrix and he's the future of boxing, but he hasn't been tested yet. He hasn't had to dig deep and, been tested, had any resistance in his career because he hasn't really fought nobody that was able to bring that challenge out of him. I think those 2 fighters, as I look, maybe Stanionis, like Mr. Greg said, will be a good fight for him. But I just think he just got to lay some more groundwork for a Bud fight. So That's how I look at it. But definitely, if Bud would have done what Earl Spence done, man, the blogs would have been going crazy, like crazy, calling him a duck, calling him he's scared, he prolonged this fight, all this crazy stuff that they have said about Bud. You know, I just feel like it's not fair, and man, you show a clear biasness with Earl Spence fans and people that's a fan of boxing.
Well, they're starting to see how irresponsible, in my opinion, and unprofessional that EJ has been. Something I've said all along. He's just gotten away with it because he's always won, not just with his deficiencies, but the stuff that him being irresponsible.
Yes.
The cataract surgery that he prolonged and didn't get done was another way he showed how irresponsible, or a continuous way he showed how irresponsible he is with his health.
Is that being irresponsible? Is that being real fair? Is that being irresponsible, or is that a sign of like of lying? You knew you already said you needed this surgery before this fight. You alluded to that's the reason why you lost the fight, because you couldn't see the jabs and the hooks. You asked for you activated the immediate rematch clause, and then you don't even get to so then you go on Twitter. The first response we get from you is, "I'm back with TD Jakes smiling and all this," and then the next one you got a poster you coming out of waking up from anesthesia with a patch on your eye.
It's arrogance.
What do you say?
It's arrogance. It's arrogance and being irresponsible, getting away with it. See, this is not the first time he's been that way. He's been that way. I always say who you are outside the ring is also who you are in the ring. We go all the way back to the first accident, when he had the accident because he was driving a high performance car and he was drunk and he was irresponsible because he didn't put the seatbelt on, but that actually saved his life. But if you heard, I'm using his words again, he's a millionaire, almost lost his life and didn't have any life insurance. And people don't understand how irresponsible that is, because even though you have money, Marty probably knows this, he didn't have anything to protect his assets. So that was being irresponsible. Then he goes out and drinks and do all the things he does. That's being irresponsible, but he kept winning. So you start, like I said, arrogance breeds contempt. And now he goes and comes into this fight with all his issues that he's had that he knew, still believing he was going to still be able to win the fight in the way he's won fights that were a little bit difficult, by coming forward with his power and his size. Now he gets beat up. He starts to now tell the fans, hey, some of the criticisms that you heard somebody like me or somebody else who said stuff I had, it really is true. I haven't been doing like I'm supposed to. To me, he is saying, I BS'd you all, I've lied to y'all, but because I kept giving you wins, it was okay. Now I can't do this time. Now I had to do something about my eyesight. Finally, I had to do something. I had to address, so to speak, me being irresponsible, me being arrogant, because I'm about to mess up with my eyesight now. So I gotta do this surgery so y'all can't get the fight. His fans are now, or in boxing period, boxing fans, not just Spence fans, are starting to see how this guy has been operating. And I've always said he's a good fighter, but he's flawed. And we're seeing all the flaws, and it's coming out. And there's no way to tiptoe around it, Marty. He has been his own worst enemy his entire career. So that's how, I know you're going to have something to say behind it, but you can't argue that, Marty. The problem with Earl Spence is Earl Spence.
The thing is, I'm just saying we don't have enough information, because we don't know if if he got the surgery done last week, yesterday. All I'm saying is, and I have to bring culture in this, because we know, and I think 1, 2, 3, all 6 of us on this panel are black men. And so I'm not trying to defend Errol, but I want us to be a little bit more realistic here. We know as black men, I'm talking about culturally now, that when something is wrong with us as black men in our culture, we don't just run straight to the doctors right away. I'm just keeping it 100. We just don't. So what I'm saying is, let's put this in proper context. Errol Spence probably knew he had to get some type of surgery before this fight. But if somebody's coming to you and saying, hey, you fought in April of 2022, you fought in April of 2022, you won that fight against Ugas. You was expecting to fight later that year when Terence Crawford received the legal documentation, not once, but twice, from Al Heyman. He chose not to sign the contract. He went over and did his thing over there with BLK Prime. But Errol Spence was being true to himself by saying, hey, I know people can say, just fight Keith Thurman. I know people can say, go get a tune-up. But no, I want Terence Crawford next. And so because I want Terence Crawford next, I'm going to wait it out. He said he's going to spin the block. I wish he would have been honest with us and transparent with us to tell us that he don't want to fight at this time and he going to move on to something else. He didn't, so it left us in limbo. Now, guess what? I'm going to wait for him. I'm a prolong not just fighting a tune-up. I'm a prolong getting this surgery. I'm a prolong getting whatever that I need to get done because first and foremost, I ain't get paid since April of 2022. And this is the biggest fight of my career, something that I always dreamed of doing, being undisputed in the welterweight division. And this is a big money fight. I'm going to go up in there. I'm going to beat him, get the bag, get the belt, and then I'll work on getting surgery after that. We don't know if that was his mindset. So I'm just putting all of it, what y'all saying into it. I'm putting what y'all saying into the pot and the other side of it as far as Spence is concerned. We don't know if that was his mindset because there's a lot of money that was on that table as far as like him and Crawford. You know what I mean? And on top of that, we can't leave this part out. And I know y'all don't want to deal with this. But Crawford got on the phone and called that other guy.
Okay. You
And
keep
that's-
saying that. But that's what he should have done. And what
Who?
Spence Crawford should have called Victor. He
Victor
should have
Conte?
called
Why?
he should have once again, I'm gonna keep telling you to deal with the issues that were allowing Spence to win. How can I deal with that? What do I need to do to match that?
Nothing.
I don't
never
think
do
that.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
No,
He called-
because remember, Errol Spence still fight like he does in the amateurs, according
So?
to Gomac.
But
So
he was
it's
still
nothing else
winning.
to improve. You can
But he
just
was
go
still
ahead and beat
winning.
this guy.
But Marty, so
But he was still winning, Marty. So why was he still winning?
Who?
Spence.
Why was Spence still winning?
Yes.
He's a good fighter,
Exactly. But
just
what
like
was
Crawford
it,
is.
But what was it that was happening with Spence with all his deficiencies? Because all those deficiencies are factual. What was he using to win? His size, his punching power, and his willing to keep coming forward like a truck. That had
And Crawford couldn't beat that?
no. So Crawford had to
Huh?
get bigger. I
What you
said
say,
no.
Greg?
I said no. I said no. I said
I
no.
disagree.
You're not gonna beat somebody if you don't have the capacity to meet their size or stop them.
What?
You're not going to beat someone who's big, who comes forward, if you don't have the capacity to stop them, as Crawford did when he fought Spence. He had to be the size, and he had to have the strength, and he had to know how to be better in the inside when they're grappling. That's why he MMA, and that's why he also made sure that all of his body was working 100%. Because you got to remember also, Crawford is chronically an anemic guy. He's anemic. And I believe he also suffers from Crohn's disease. I believe those two things are accurate. So you have to address the issues that you have when you're going in. Like I say, you got to go into the ring with everything that you have outside the ring. Because who you are outside is who you are inside. So you address it. Spence was a big guy. He was seen as bigger, stronger, and always comes forward. So what's the plan? Stop him from coming forward. So what do? You make sure that you are strong enough, that you're big enough, and you're operating at that capacity to stop him from coming forward, which is what he did.
Greg, I appreciate your honesty. You are the first Terence Crawford fan that fully agreed with me that without the snack program, your words not mine, Crawford might not have been able to beat Spence.
Can I say something real fast?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
yes.
I totally disagree.
Who's that talking? Who's that talking? Tell me who you at.
D35. So
D35. Come on with it, brother.
Me and Mr. Greg we always been on the same page, but I totally disagree with him needing Snack to beat Earl Spence.
Yeah, he did.
Me too, D35.
Y'all know he did that. Y'all cut it out now.
So Snack,
y'all better know what's going on.
So hold on. So Snack deals with what are you lacking in far as your body, far as
here we go.
So this is my point. It's like a nutritionist. I'm gonna check my blood. I'm gonna check everything, making sure everything running properly in my body. And if I need anything for supplements or any deficiencies in my body, that's what I'm going to Snack for. They don't help you with skills. They don't teach. Snack doesn't teach you how to throw a jab or switch stands or use your footwork or your eyes to reflect your reflexes. They just check everything in your body and see if you need to get these type of vitamins, or if your oxygen level or how you train that's a good way of training. So that's where I totally disagree with, because Terence Crawford has fought bigger fighters in his earlier career at 147 with Jeff Horn. Jeff Horn is just as big as Earl Spence that comes forward. He's not as skilled as him, but he's a big welterweight, and he's come forward. So Terence Crawford know how to deal with that style, just like Jose Benavidez. Jose Benavidez was a big welterweight when Terence Crawford fought him, even though his leg was messed up from having a gunshot wound. I do agree that limited him in that fight, but that was one of Terence Crawford's toughest fights to me. So he didn't. But I don't
disagree with you, D35, in terms of the skill and the talent. There is no comparison. Terence is the better talented fighter, and he's the better skilled fighter. But what I said is Terence was addressing what his deficiencies were, which is why that's what I mean. The program helped him overcome and deal what he was coming into the ring with.
But not with Spence. It wasn't for Spence. I'm saying
D35.
Yes.
Who that?
You fight this Lucky.
Oh, go ahead, Lucky.
What's up?
Do fighters fight different when they tired?
What do you say?
Do fighters fight different when they tired?
Yes, mentally and physically.
Okay, then. So when you see Terence Crawford not sweat, and notice how he didn't get tired at all, you don't think that Snack has something to do with that?
No, because Earl Spence didn't pose any threat to make Terence Crawford. So let me back up. He did sweat in that fight. He just wasn't pouring sweating because he wasn't doing a lot of movement, because he was stopping Earl Spence in his tracks with the jab. He didn't use a lot of foot movement. I predicted Bud to beat Earl Spence the exact same way. I've been arguing with people about this fight just from a style standpoint. Earl Spence, I always felt, I respect Earl as a fighter, but at 147, I always felt that, this is my personal opinion, that he's drained himself all the way down to 140, rehydrates himself on fight night, and he was able to be the bigger, stronger guy. That's why you saw him walk through a Danny Garcia, still coming forward, walk through a Ugas that don't have don't have punching power, but physically strong like him. He was able to walk through these punches, these fighters at 147, because he was just a naturally bigger, stronger fighter than them. Even Kenny Porter said it. The day they fought Earl Spence, he was a middleweight. when they fought him on fight night. They made 147, but he rehydrated so much, 20 something pounds, that he was a middleweight when Sean Porter fought Earl Spence. So that was my first sign, and that Earl Spence was going to lose because his trainers, his promotion company put him in there with the right people, flat-footed fighters, and no left-handers, and that hurt him. And the first time he fought an athletic fighter, which was Sean Porter, that was a dog fight. Even though he won, he got the flash knocked down, but that let me know Earl Spence he has problem with left-handers, and he has problem with athletic fighters, and Bud Crawford has all of those with something special.
So D35, let me ask you a question just real quick, because I got a good panel on here today. I want you to look at your screen. This is extremely important. This is the reference that I always use when I bring up the snack program. And it says on your screen here, snack offers products that improve your level of fitness, help lose fat, build muscle, and enhance performance. Are you telling me right now that none of these played a factor in Terence Crawford's performance against Errol Spence? Yes or no?
So yes, it got his body in condition.
Did it enhance his performance though?
I don't think so.
It's just a yes or no. That's no. It's okay if you answer.
No, I don't think so. Bud has fought several different styles. He fought the bullies. He fought the boxers where he had to use his feet. He fought fighters that was faster than him. So the difference is Earl Spence only fought one style of fighters. He had one style of fighters in front of him, and that's the reason why when he got in front of Bud, it made it look like Snack did all his great things, but Bud been doing this. Bud been fighting different styles.
Well, this is what I'm saying. We agree. We agree that Bud been doing this before Snack. So the question becomes, in your opinion, if he's been doing all this stuff before D35, and the $1 million question is, what did he call Victor Conte for then?
He been
in your opinion.
So he's now, if he called Victor Conte and got with the snack program.
No, it's no if. D35. Victor was here, and Mr. Gregory Quarterbomb, he put the super chat up that said who called who, and Victor Conte told the truth, and he said Crawford called him.
So so I'm understanding that, and I agree. I watched the whole thing too. I watched the whole podcast. I appreciate it. Was good, great interview too. Of them. So he's been with Snack before the Earl Spence, even though he called him for this fight. He like, all right, I got away with this stuff with these fighters when not really taking care of my body. I'm not leaving no stone unturned. I'm gonna make sure that I'm physically right, that my blood is still good, that my lungs, and I'm still taking in this oxygen. I'm able to, like, he got his body right. It's kind of like right now.
What do you mean by that? His body right? What do you mean by that?
For us, like, is my blood still good? Do I have any has I developed any deficiencies in my body that I need to do or take? Is I'm lacking in certain areas? Do I need to, is the way I'm training, is it matching up to like my performances, or how I'm training and sparring, and how I'm training? So that's what I mean. But I definitely got to go. I got to eat dinner, man. If y'all still on, I'll rock out with y'all.
All right, say no more, man. I appreciate you coming up. All right, here's the thing.
Yeah, is it band up time to cook on this topic, Marty?
I mean, absolutely. The thing is this band up, and the thing is, I don't know I do know what it is, but it just makes me smile because a lot of Terence Crawford fans won't say the things that we just heard Gregory Quarterbomb say, whereas if it wasn't for the snack program, it's a great possibility that Bud would not have beat Errol Spence. And that's all I'm saying, band up. That's all it is, bruh. And it's okay. The snack program helped him. It's all right. Why can't y'all just come to grips and say, all right, the snack program works. It helped him beat Errol Spence. Because here's the thing, and nobody can deny this. All of these deficiencies that Errol Spence had, according to y'all, some of y'all Crawford fans, if he had all of this, Crawford don't need to do nothing different than what he's been doing before, because the guys that he fought and he was used to fighting are basically on the same level of an Errol Spence who got these deficiencies. Should have been easy. There's no need to get on the phone and call the Juice Man and his history. When I say the Juice Man, I'm talking about his history. His history. And I'm not talking about just in sports outside of the country. I'm talking about in boxing. We know that it has been proven, his words, not mine, that he injected Sugar Shane Mosley with EPO, in 2003. So he doesn't have a clean history in boxing. You see what I'm saying? And don't forget as well, I have to bring this up. In 2012, we're talking about Victor Conte's history in boxing of where the suspicions come at with somebody. In 2012, Andre Berto tested positive for a banned substance. In 2018, Willie Monroe Jr. tested positive for a banned substance. And both of those guys were with Victor Conte at the time in the snack program that this happened. You see what I'm saying? So it's a little, that's why I say people have a history of looking at him and saying, oh, he might be up to no good. That's what I'm saying. So, you know, when you got a guy who have his history and you call him up, hey, and then your performance look enhanced, hey, people will get suspicious.
Without the snack, I'll tell you this, Marty. Without the snack program, Spence had maybe a 5% chance of beating Bud.
Without the snack?
Without the snack program. But because Bud prepared completely with the snack program, Spence's chances of winning was less than 0, and we saw it.
So you mean to tell? Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So you basically tell
I like
me
it. I like that, Greg.
95% of Crawford's performance basically had nothing to do with snap. Basically,
all you need is an additional 5%, and he got it. That's why I'm saying he didn't just take this. Y'all keep saying it's just snack. Snack was a part of his preparation, but it wasn't all of his preparation. He did things he had not done before. Crawford never did the MMA training before. Crawford never did the MMA training before until he was preparing to fight Spence. That was one more aspect of his training that we keep overlooking. I read that he also did some swimming. Up until that time, I had never heard of him swimming before. I know how it works. I saw he didn't have to do a lot of footwork, but he had better footwork. He had better defense. So it was tightened. So I understand why people want to focus in on Snack because of Victor Conte. I get that. I have some problems with him too at the time, but you got to look at the overall package. You just can't say. Yeah. And that's why I said without the Snack program, in my opinion, because I already told you what I thought was going to happen before I even knew about Snack. He was still going to beat him. I thought that Spence would have a 5% chance because I thought Spence would try to come forward.
5% chance, Greg? Come on, man. 5%.
Because I said if he came forward, because he kept saying he was going to come forward, I said he was going to have to come forward all night, and Crawford stopped him from actually the first round. He startled him with 2 punches that decided what was going to happen for the rest of the fight. And his chances of winning was less than 0. And again, you saw it.
5% chance. The man is a decorated.
I always said that Spence was a good, very flawed fighter, and all the problems that he has, which is on him because that's what he does, was going to contribute to him losing when he fought a guy like Bud Crawford who don't have those kinds of deficiencies. The only thing Bud has were medical. Like I said, I know he's anemic, and I also know I'm almost certain that it's Crohn's disease that he has, which is an autoimmune disease, because I have a niece who has it as well. Bud can't digest red meat, and neither can my niece. So you have to adjust, you have to address what your own issues are, and you have to address why Earl was still winning. And the thing that Earl had that always got him through fights was the fact that he's big, he came forward, he got punching power, and you stop him and you shut him down. Bud shut him down. And you saw it. So we can't say it's only Snack. It wasn't only Snack, but Snack was a part of it. So I'll give Snack its due, because that was a part of his preparing. So we can't just say all he had to do is take Snack and he was going to win. That wasn't going to happen. Not like that.
See, and the big thing about it is, I don't hear.
Who's that?
Go ahead.
Who that?
It's Riley. It's Riley. How you doing, Marty?
I'm doing great, Riley. How about yourself?
I'm pretty wonderful, man. I wanted first off, I wanted to debunk what D35 was saying when he was on here about the Boots and Crawford thing. I mean, like, it seemed like all these Crawford fans got every excuse in the book why Boots doesn't deserve an opportunity at fighting for that IBF against Crawford. And on top of that, Boots done beat everybody that he needed to beat in order to get a shot at that fight. But somehow Crawford still won't fight. And then he said he would fight. He fights all his mandatories. What makes Boots any different from any of his other? Well, I know why, but I'm just saying, like, why do you act like that? All of a sudden, you got a live dog as your mandatory versus all the other guys that you know you can beat as your mandatory. Is what I'm getting at. Like, because that seems like all the Crawford fans have every excuse in the book of why Crawford shouldn't fight Boots, and it's BS. I think.
Yo, Riley, real quick. What does Bud get from beating Boots?
I don't think he can beat Boots, but I mean, obviously
but if he does, what does he get?
You beat another great fighter. I don't think any of the other guys that he's beat on Boots level. I don't. I'm just keeping it all the way real. They may be more accomplished. They may be more accomplished.
Wait, you need to tell me world champions. Hey, you need to tell me world champions that Terence Crawford has beat are not better than Boots. Are better than somebody that's coming up?
They're not better than Boots from a skill perspective. They're not on Boots level. No. I can't name not one dude on Crawford's resume that Boots won't murder from a stylistic standpoint. I think Boots can do everything Crawford, and he does a lot of those things better.
He banned up. What you saying great from Ebenezer?
Huh?
So
I wanted to know what the Terence get from fighting Ebenezer.
Ebenezer, right? That's a good question, man.
What did he get from him?
A tune-up.
10 million.
A tune-up.
10 million.
A tune-up. A busy fight.
Oh, stop. We got to make sure the truth is on this channel. Who said 10 million?
Wasn't me.
And they say, was that you, bro?
Yes, sir.
Yo, bro, we do facts on here, bro. He didn't get paid 10 million. Can we please stop with the please? The man didn't get paid 10.
What are the facts?
Huh?
We going by what's being reported, right?
Who reported it?
Various reporting agencies.
And guess what? When the man Brian Custer, hey, listen, when Brian Custer asked Terence Crawford, man, I heard they're saying that you getting paid 10 million. What was Bud's response after that?
I don't recall.
You a fan of his. You should know. What'd he say?
No, I honestly don't.
All right, I'm gonna tell you what he said. He said, hey, gotta get the money. He never confirmed it because he knew he didn't get paid 10.
Just because he didn't confirm it means he didn't get paid?
No, I mean, he got paid something.
It's your opinion.
Hey, listen, they didn't even have 10 million in their budget.
You don't have to.
That might have been their budget. We might not know, Marty.
That's what broke I heard. They banned it. Your own man told you that he was only speaking it into existence and that it didn't happen. Your man said that, Banda.
You said what?
Can y'all hear me?
You said what?
Dang.
Hold on.
I got banned up. What it is this the thing. You people are saying what you asked a good question. You said, what does Crawford get for fighting Boots? Riley asked you, what did Crawford get with fighting a Venetian? The reason why that question is more important is because David Evanesian was ranked number 6. At the time, Boots was ranked number 2. Crawford
Thank you.
told y'all on IG Live, he said it to all of us on Instagram. He talked in third person and said, people keep saying, why didn't you fight Boots? Why didn't you fight Ortiz? And he said their names never came up. So if their names never came up, which I don't know why somebody's name had to come up when everybody knows the ranking system, but okay, no problem. He's his mandatory now, right? Before Boots became the IBF champion, he was Boots' mandatory. Or Boots was rather his mandatory, right?
Yeah, he inherited Boots.
Right. So if he fights all his mandatories, Boots basically should have gotten that title fight. That shot at the title. He was his mandatory, but he chose not to fight Boots.
What you guys is putting out kind of. I mean, it makes sense if Budge plans to stay at 47. Like I said, even though this prolongs the arrow fight, we still don't know if when they come back to it, it'd be at 54. So if he's already gonna go, if he's serious about going up, he can go up. And so my boy said earlier, I think a full focus Sean Porter will give Boots a little run for his money. Talk about everybody with that, you know.
I think Boots destroys Porter. I think he murders. Porter ain't got nothing for
Because apparently, to what I'm hearing is during the Bud fight, he was 1 foot in and 1 foot out.
Who's Sean Porter?
Yeah.
Well, he probably was 1 foot in the sport and 1 foot out because he was retiring, but he had both feet in the snack program. And y'all can't forget it now.
Yeah,
Also, hey, Marty,
Aaron already beat somebody on the snack program, right, Marty? In a grueling fight.
Hey,
Marty.
Sean Porter, hold on, Riley, I got you. Sean Porter did not have a snack. He didn't have that logo on him when he fought Spence. He didn't have it on him. I already talked to Victor about it. He didn't have it on him. You seen it. And guess what? You seen, like I told Victor Conti when he was here, you seen a difference in his performance. You see, he was tired when he fought Spence, and Spence knocked him down in the 11th. He was hurt. But then when Crawford knocked him down, he wasn't hurt and he wasn't tired. Oh, the snack program worked, band up. Don't get out of it. It's true.
Yeah, Marty. Hey, let me add this also. Like he brought up Porter. Boots. Remember when Porter made that?
Huh?
I was just saying, no, my package will be here on the 10th. We're going to find out about that snack program. My package from the snack program should be here on the 10th.
I mean, and Porter, I think in the back of his mind, like he knew Boots. Like, I mean, Porter, of course, Porter knows he a bad motherfucker too, but do we cuss on here or am I tripping?
You all right, man. It's all good.
I'm all right. All right. He know he a bad boy too, but I think he's seen the threat that Boots was, and when Boots called him out, like I think he was gearing towards getting out anyway because he knew that he was gonna have to face Boots later on down the road. I think all these top welterweights did that. Victor Ortiz, he moved up to 54. They already sent Stanionis a contract, but he ain't signed it or whatever. I think he's trying to I think him and Thurman got something coming up real soon where they supposed to fight for a belt. Am I right or am I wrong?
Who that?
It's Riley. Stanionis and Thurman. Don't they got something coming up real soon?
Stopped that one. That was supposed to happen last year.
Okay, yeah. Boots sent Stanionis a contract already. He turned it down. You know what I'm saying? Stanionis was talking about he don't like tune-ups and this, that, and the third, and that he would fight Boots, you know, fresh out of whatever fight he recently came.
I can't confirm whether Boots sent him an actual contract. I can't confirm that, but I can confirm that they did ask. They, meaning Bozy and them, they did want to fight Stanionis. They did call him out. They reached out to his people. I don't know if they sent them a contract. I can't confirm that. The only
Okay,
issue
I think
have,
Go ahead.
no, I was going to say the only issue I have when we talk about this right now in this moment is Mr. Greg saying that Errol Spence only had a 5% chance of beating Crawford. The man's a decorated amateur. The man is a multi-world champion. The man is a former Olympian. You know, that's crazy, man. Like to say Spence
Yeah,
only had a 5% chance of beating Crawford
I
before the
think
fight.
Greg is just being biased. That's it. I think
That
he's
ain't
being
come on, man. That
it,
ain't
a little bit of bias in that. He got to admit it too. That's not you're not looking at it objectively if you saying that. Like I always thought it could either go away or like I always thought that it could go either way, but I gave the edge to Spence only because he faced a better competition at 47 and whatever. But you know, like Spence didn't look like Spence that night. I don't know about anybody
Riley,
else. Looked like Spence that night. It didn't look like
Riley, we gotta not take Mr. Greg serious, but we gotta take Arrow serious when he said Bud's competition was ranked at 0.5. Get out of here! Come on, man.
Listen, no matter what we're gonna say about the fight,
47.
no matter how much we debate about the fight,
Are you saying that 47?
huh? You talking to me or talking to
Oh boy, that was just talking.
you talking to
Um,
Band Up?
I'm
Vando.
talking about when Bud and EJ both went on camera and they was both going ranking each other and all the stuff and you know me going back and forth when they did that little split screen video. And he said Bud's competition was a 0.5.
I had a question real quick.
But
Aaron
at what weight
Muhammad,
class overall or at 47?
Whichever one he was talking about, I don't care. He still said 0.5, and I'm pretty sure he was talking about 47. But still, even if at 47, I think there's a few fighters at 47 that probably would have that's better than Errol's competition because Udenis Lucas is trash.
I had a
What?
quick question real quick because we brought this up. Aaron Muhammad, are you there?
Yeah, I gotta disagree with you on that, Band Up. I
Yeah,
think
Or
he's
do we
there.
miss? Can you hear me, Aaron?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right. I just want to, because
Yes, sir.
I mean, I understand that we talking about Errol Spence and Crawford, and then we threw Boots in there. But I know you heard it. I saw you in the chat. Mr. Greg said that Errol Spence only had a 5% chance of beating Crawford before this fight. I don't know about that, bro. Like, but everybody's opinion, everybody, got their own opinion. What's your take on that, Aaron? Like 5% chance? That's it? Like, I don't know.
And I'm being generous.
Hey,
And
Mr. Greg.
he said
You know,
he's being generous.
man,
Hey,
you
look.
respect
Hey, look.
Mr.
This
Greg.
look.
That's crazy.
Crawford mother gave Earl more than 5%.
Yeah, I heard Mr. Greg when he said that. But can you hear me, Benjamin Martin?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, Aaron.
So this is what I'm going to say, and this response is not directly or directed so much to Mr. Greg. Okay, 5% of a change or an enhancement in Bud Crawford's ability to fight and win against Errol Spence is not only disingenuous, it doesn't even make sense why a call would be made to Victor Conte for a 5% boost of a chance of victory. Now, let me say this real quick. I remember a time a fighter would have pride, and if he noticed he or she, I'm gonna say he or she, but for lack of a better notion, we're just really talking about male fighters. Of men, if I knew a fighter wasn't at his best and I won, I'm gonna be the first to say, hey man, I'm not confident in what just took place. I want this fighter to be at his best so that there's no questions. I don't feel like my victory is so great when I see, and it was obvious that this man wasn't in, it doesn't matter why he wasn't. But there's a difference in the savoring of victory when you know your opponent's at his best. So there's nothing wrong. There wouldn't have been anything wrong with Bud coming out and saying, hey, man, yeah, I won the fight, but that wasn't a fight. Let's do it again. We already got the rematch clause in place. Let's strap him up and do it again. A lot of us heard during the fight, Bud even said, hey, man, get your stuff together. He's showing you that as a fighter, man, I'm not proud to beat you when you're not 100%. If you're not challenging me, what kind of athlete am I? I want athletes on the other side of me equal or better than me. So now, for Mr. Greg to say 5%, there's a 5% curve in the chance that Bud would beat Errol after snack, man, Mr. Gay, you may want to sleep on that, man.
Now let me come in and I'm glad you came on, Mr. M. I'm glad you came on. Because we always have some good conversations. No one knows, other than the two fighters, what they actually feeling and how they're going to be. So we're speaking on opinions. When Bud made the phone call to Victor Conte, he didn't know how much better being on the snack program was going to make him, but he did know. He had to have known. He had to believe that he was going to be better by going there. My opinion was of the skill set that I didn't know about the snack program at the time. But if once again, you got to go back to what I said before the fight was made to you, Marty. I said Bud was going to easily beat EJ.
Without the snack, right?
I didn't even know anything about the snack program.
Right.
So that was already my opinion then. With the snack program, I didn't even expect for there to be less than 0 chance of Bud winning, of EJ winning when we saw the fight. I thought it was going to be a very easy 12-round fight. What we saw was way beyond what I believed we were going to see.
All of y'all was surprised, right or wrong, Mr. Greg?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely.
All of y'all was surprised.
I was surprised how easy it was. I wasn't surprised at the levels that Bud fights at because I already said it was going to be an easy fight for Bud. I just didn't know. It was like, well, good grief. So when I saw the fight, and that's why I say what I said, I never thought EJ had a greater chance of winning. I said it was 5%. I'm standing on that. And now knowing that Bud dealt with his issues and dealt with the issue that he thought that EJ uses to win, it was 5%. That's my feeling. Now, I know there's going to be people who are going to disagree. That's okay. They disagreed when I said that Bud was going to beat him easily. So to me, it's no difference of what people who disagree with me about the win now than then.
Yeah.
Same thing.
And the thing is, Greg, you know me, I respect everybody's opinion. But I have to say this. You said that Bud didn't know and this and that before he called Victor. Brother.
I said he didn't know. I said he didn't know how much.
I'm glad you got that, Marty.
I said he didn't know how much better he would be.
Oh, yes,
but he
did.
Knew he was going to be better.
He did.
Oh, no. He knew exactly. He knew exactly how bad he was going to be. And I'm going to
the point that I said that he would have that EJ would have less than 0 chance of winning. You think he's knew that too? Or is that just my opinion?
No, I think it's your opinion. I think he knew exactly how better he was going to be because according to Victor Conte, we can only go by what people say until they're proven otherwise. Victor Conte, he was here, second interview. He said to me when you asked him that question, Mr. Greg, you asked him the question, and you said who called who, and he said Bud called me. He said, After Bud talked to me, he got on the phone and called Andre. He said, I didn't know he called Andre. I didn't even know he talked to Andre. And guess what Andre told him? See, from fighter to fighter, Andre put him on to what the program really was about, Aaron. You see? And then he got off the phone with Andre. He picked that other phone up. He called Victor and said, I'm in. Yeah,
Are these
Andre
undertones?
broke the real program down. The real program down to him.
Are
He
these
said, count me in.
are these the undertones that people be talking about?
Absolutely not. Absolutely no undertones here. The man Victor said it himself now. Come on now. We got to take his words.
Like I said, I don't think he knew how much better he was going to be, but he had to know. And you don't go over there if you don't know anything.
Oh, he knew something.
I'm anemic. I'm deficient here. I'm deficient there. I go over here, and now that Andre said, yeah, that's exactly how it's going to be. But Andre couldn't have told Bud that you're going to beat EJ so bad that the entire world going to start suspecting that you had to have cheated because that's how badly you're going to beat him.
No, I'm not saying Andre's. No, I'm not saying that Andre's. I'm not implying that Andre said those words to him.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that everybody in boxing saw the results of the snack program. That's number one, or the guy wouldn't have called him in the first place.
Right. We agree there.
Right. Number two is that if the guy if Spence only had a 5% chance of winning, like you said, and Bud believed that in his heart himself, it would be no need to call the guy.
But I don't know what Bud believed.
No, I'm not.
This is what I believe.
Right. But what I'm saying is if Bud believed that, he wouldn't have picked the phone up and made the call.
Well, when Bud comes on the show, and I'm sure when Bud comes on the show, and I think that's going to happen, that'll be one of the questions that we'll ask.
If Bud come on whose show here?
No, I said when Bud comes on your show, just watch for it. When Bud comes on your show, that'll be one of the questions that we can ask. I
don't think Terence Crawford wants to come here.
You didn't think so? You think so, Greg? You didn't think Victor Conte wanted to come here?
No, but
you
guess
didn't even know he'd been in the chat.
No, but guess what?
That's why I'm saying
different ball game.
Expect the unexpected. I've told you this all along since I've been coming on your show to expect the unexpected. Expect Bud to eventually come on the show.
Oh, let me explain something to you. After that second interview I did with Vic, I don't think nobody on Snack want to come here.
I disagree.
Why would that?
I disagree.
All I'm going to do is ask them some similar questions. That's all.
Good. Men stand on their stand where they supposed to. And we having these conversations on your program. Other people are having similar conversations, maybe less intelligent, maybe just more aggressive. Fighters have to understand this is what's driving the sport.
Yes.
Some fighters are going to come on your I believe Bud's coming on your program. Just wait for it. But fighters are going to come on programs, even if they're on phone or they're going to come on live. But they have to address the fans now because this is what you got. You don't have the free fights like you used to. Everything is on streaming just about. I think everything's on streaming now. So it's harder to steal streaming. From what I understand. I know you still can steal anything. So you want to have these fighters, you want to be a fighter and you want fans to watch you. They need to know what's going on with you and they want to hear from you. And good shows is where you can come, state your case, ask the questions, deal with the people's suspicions, and so forth. And you're either going to gain new fans, you're going to address some questions. You maybe even ease the suspicions of fans who really don't support you. But you're going to do all of those things because we all going to be paying our subscriptions to these boxing streaming services. And if we know that we don't talk to this fighter, whether we like him or not, he came on, he answered some questions that Mr. Muhammad had. He answered some questions, and I'm a fan of Spence. I mean, of Bud. but I still had questions and so forth and so on. You do the same thing that you did with Victor Conte. We were on. You found out he was in the chat. He wanted to come on. We fell back. He came on, and he came on twice. It wasn't no cut card. You asked the questions. We sent in questions. You told him. I sent in questions. So it's still a win-win.
Yeah, it's a win-win.
So,
but the thing is, like they all watching me now. You see what I'm saying? They all watching me now. So my thing is no problem for anybody that want to come through. But the thing is, when you come through, you got to understand that the people need to hear you ease their suspicions. You know what I mean? And that's all we really want. But the thing is, you got some people that come over here thinking they can outsmart and outslick the people. You know what I mean? And they think that, hey, since I'm going over this platform, I'm going to talk my way through it and over talk. And then they suddenly realize, not here. You could do that somewhere else. But see, you won't be able to do that here because I'm sharp. And not just sharp, but I do homework. And so did all the Roller Tape Film Crew members. We do our homework over here. We know what's going on. We know think about it like this. I asked Victor the questions that other people, the men that have been interviewed by all the top platforms, all of the syndicated networks, all of the newspapers all across the world. But nobody asked him the questions that I asked him. And so we appreciate Victor Conte's coming over here and giving us 5 hours of live content, 2 interviews in a row. But we got to keep it all the way real. We learn more by him speaking on certain things that we didn't know before. And now that we've learned those things, we can take that information and deal with what's real. And that's all we want to do. So I recommend that Bud Crawford come through here. That's no big deal. I'm going to treat Bud Crawford.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's in the chat right now.
Who?
Both of them.
Oh, no, they not in the chat, Mr. Greg. They just watching and they don't want to.
Well,
they don't want to
I would say
why?
watching.
They all listen, man. All the guys, they watch this channel. They don't watch it every day, but they watch it, and it's okay. We appreciate the viewership. But what I'm saying is, when you come over here, you got to come correct for the people.
And
that's
now
all
they
we got
know.
to do.
But now they know. Victor knew to come correct. He, as you know, he was in the chat before he came on, so he knew what he should have been doing. He watched the panels. He came on. He came twice. I believe he'll come a third time. You just don't know. But I will say, you're going to have fighters who are snack fighters are going to come on this channel, because the question that I asked and other people asked, like, who called who? That's a question to be asked really by every other fighter who on the snack program. Did you call Victor or did Victor call you? And if you called Victor, why did you call him? What was you trying to do? What was your goal? And
to get his performance enhanced, Greg.
I get that, but I'm saying you want to be very specific. You want to ask, what was your goal? What was you trying to address? Besides to get the performance enhancing, how were you thinking you were going to get it? What did you already know about yourself that wasn't working 100%? So you want to get all the way in that when they come on, so they can tell you.
Yeah,
that's why
somebody was who that was talking. Biz on the beat. What's up, Biz?
So.
No, I was speaking.
What up?
Oh, somebody else was speaking. Who was?
I was speaking.
Oh, go ahead, Biz. I hear
you. I just hear a lot of slander on Errol Spence, and that's just like ridiculous. We just gonna just forget the fact that he was holding 3 of the belts.
If Bud done the things that Errol Spence have done with this last fight,
that's the thing that y'all keep doing. Y'all keep saying Terence Crawford. No, Bud was the A side. Am I correct? So what was Earl? Why y'all putting slander on the A side like he was a piece of crap? And he was really putting in work.
Who's slandering him, Biz?
You with the 5%.
Oh, that's a slander or that's an opinion?
My bad with the slander word, but I'm from I'm from South Jersey, so
I
we
get
got a
you.
little different of a slang. So my bad, I didn't mean it like that. But 5%, you gotta be
That's my
kidding me.
opinion. Did you
And who was
now?
the A side? Who was the A side?
Spence.
And what
Okay, so
difference did it? But here's the thing you got to look at too. Yes, Spence was the A side from the promotion point of view, being with PBC, being better known, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
The fact that Bud was able to treat Spence like he was the A side says a lot about his ability to impose
See,
his
but that's
will.
the thing. We didn't know what he was going to treat him like at then. That's the thing.
That's good. Good.
But
You're not
this is-
supposed to know that.
But this is what I'm trying to say. You're trying to say before the fight, it was 5%. That's what you
how
was
I
trying
felt.
to say.
That's how I felt.
And I'm like, but how is that when he was so elite? He was one of the top of the top. How could he be even? How could you even chance 5%?
Because I was
I
looking
would
at
take 30%, 40%, but you said 5%.
5% because I looked at all of Earl Spence's deficiencies, and Bud didn't have any
But
of
you
those.
couldn't detect those in the previous fights.
Why can't
Bro,
I?
styles make fights. Styles make fights, man.
Why
You not understand
why
that?
would I be
I
able to do that?
understand all of that.
Why would I
And
not be
then-
able to do that? Because we can only judge a fighter on
no,
his
you're totally-
fights.
You totally
Or
right,
what
but
he
it's not
does,
just you either,
or
Greg.
what he
It's not even,
doesn't do.
It's not even you. It's not just you either, Greg. It's a lot of y'all. So I can't even just say that. Just as well as it's a lot of I'm not saying here to be on no bias or anything because I'm a Spence fan just as well as there's a lot of a lot of Buzz fans.
Right.
But and then on the other tip with the snack thing is he was already with Snack, so he pretty much knew what was coming to him.
He prepared.
I'm just saying he was with Snack for 5 years, right?
3 fights. He prepared for Spence way in advance. Nobody seems to get that.
And that's why I was trying
to.
I said he prepared for Spence way in advance.
And that's all I wanted to know. That's all I wanted to know.
You
got my
supposed
answer
to do
there.
that.
That's all I needed to know.
You prepare for the. If you're in the Army, Patton.
But you prepared and ducked.
Who would he duck?
He never ducked no.
He
Did
didn't
he
duck
fight
him.
David Evanesia?
How you duck somebody? You already fought him though. What do you? So you're ducking out? That's out the
No, we're
window.
talking about when he started with the snack program. If he already started with the snack program, he
Bro,
was looking.
the fight is over. You beat him just like we thought. We said he was gonna beat him.
Let him go ahead.
What we talking about?
Can I get
Go ahead,
Oh,
man.
one mic.
'Cause I don't even get on here like that. I just want to get what I want to cross, and I'm gonna just step back. That's all.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, go ahead, Biz.
my thing is this: if he was already with the SNAP program, and Greg, you said when he got with the SNAP program, it was to enhance his abilities when he fights Spence. So that was 3 fights before. And am I correct, Marty? He fought David Evanesia when they was already in discussions of the Terence and the Spence. Am I right?
Yes.
So that's kind of a duck to wait to get what you need to fight. That's my thing. That's all I'm saying.
And he came back and beat him soundedly. So the whole
And you're right.
ducking
You're
is
totally
irrelevant.
right. You're totally right. You're totally right. But you're not.
So it's irrelevant whether you call it a duck or not.
But wouldn't you go into a fight totally prepared? I don't care whenever you do the fight, would you come into a fight 100%?
No, I totally, Greg, I
and
totally
that's what
agree
he
with
did.
you. But I'm just
That's
saying.
what y'all should be. Y'all should be saying, why didn't Spence do that? Not why does Bud do that?
Nah, Spence is absolved of any
My thing is, why
responsibility.
would Spence trust somebody that already is in the business for knowing to be dancing with PEDs?
But that's not the only. That's not the only thing he could have done. Spence was not prepared.
No, you're totally right. He could have done a lot of
is.
things because we just seen just right now. He could have did a lot of things that he could have did a lot of things. I'm not saying that he couldn't, but
This
what
is
I'm
what
trying
I'm
to
saying.
explain,
He didn't do it,
all
though.
I'm saying is that all this is to say that, just like you said, all I needed to know was it took him 3 years to prepare for Earl, and it was a hold on.
I
That's
think
all
it
I'm
was
saying.
longer than 3 years.
And it probably was. I'm just saying it was 3 fights. I mean 3 fights,
yeah.
not 3 years.
I think you're supposed to prepare 100%. If it took him 3 years or 4 years, he came 100% prepared.
It ain't gonna take it ain't gonna take a fighter that long to defeat a
But
guy
it
who's only
did.
5%
That's
chance
my
of
thing, and
winning.
that
But
was
it
my and
did.
that's my only thing. And that's my
But
only
it
thing.
did.
That's
We
it.
wanted to diminish that because I believe it's giving Spence cover. We're not addressing Spence and what all that Spence did not do and what he should have been doing all along, not just for this fight, but in the way he conducts himself as a fight professional. He has never been doing all of those things, and that's what we're not dealing with. Well, the Spence fans aren't focusing on that. They're only focusing on what Terence did, the Terence delayed
Got you.
fight, the Terence did this and that, did that. And we're not looking at the fact that you got a flawed, good fighter who's now finally telling you all, I have never conducted myself as a fight professional like I should have. That's what y'all, and he's saying that. I'm not just saying that. I was been saying it, but now you got the fighter finally admitting it. So that's why you have to re-examine everything that EJ has done, because he's telling you he hasn't done all he's supposed to. That's what y'all should be focusing on, not getting mad at what's being said about a opinion. I shouldn't say mad.
So I'm never mad.
But challenging.
I just like to watch
challenging
the
opinion.
Yeah. Hey, Aaron, you wanted to chime in, Aaron?
Yes, sir. I just have a question for the panel and for the people in the chat, because I'm hearing two different things in terms of preparation. I'm just what I'm looking at is after Spence fought Ugas, right? I'm thinking now that Spence knew that was the best time for him. Now I'm not talking about Bud. I'm gonna put Bud to the side for a second. I'm thinking that for Errol Spence, coming off of that fight and knowing that that there was a negotiation that was going to start once Bud agreed that they were going to fight. I don't see Errol feeling like he needed an edge over what he had already been doing that was successful. Now, Mr. Gregory mentioned this to some degree, but here's what I'm saying. If I'm preparing to fight and the person that I'm preparing to fight has something that I want, something that I've been fighting these other fights to get to, he's the last link in the chain. If Errol Spence didn't feel that he needed to get some enhancement, and Mr. Greg, you mentioned that this was arrogance. I disagree. I think it was momentum. Because why would he agree to fight, then turn around and then claim that something was in negotiation he wasn't comfortable with? That's okay. But there's a difference between preparing and stalling out a fight to prepare. Those are two different things. If you notice the language that Victor Conte used a couple of days ago when he came back on the second time, he mentioned transparency. Did anybody else hear him say that?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember one of the hangups that Bud claimed he had in this negotiation was transparency?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes.
So what transparency was he talking about? Was he talking about transparency in his monetary issue or what he expected to gain financially in the fight? Or was he talking about transparency that somebody may have suggested to him that PBC was keeping from him? Because what I see Victor Conte was advising Bud. And I'm seeing that Victor Conte might have bought some time in his advisement of Bud for whatever reason. But it's mighty strange that the language over the first time we heard Bud address fighting Spence, that language changed. All of a sudden, this transparency issue comes up. And it just seemed kind of odd to me that Victor Conte mentioned transparency or the lack thereof from the PBC, and then all of a sudden, we now know that Victor was present from the Porter fight to the Avenesian fight, getting ready for Spence. So if you're talking about preparation, Mr. Gray, what in that preparation to you seems a little bit funny? Because we're talking about time where A man says, hey, man, I'm going to fight this guy. I've seen him fight. I know what his strengths are. I know what my strengths are. I know what his weaknesses are. I know what my weaknesses are. Right? That sounds a little more realistic in preparation. But now if we're talking in terms of a 5% boost or 5% gaining of an edge to fight a guy who's undefeated just like I am. See, now I have to ask myself some questions from a competitive standpoint. I'm not going to spend that amount of time other than I'm going to say, hey, man, I just don't want to fight. To spend that amount of time and then say I agree to the fight, then pull back and go fight another guy that you don't even know I'm negotiating the fight. You see what I'm saying? And then tell you, and I need transparency from y'all on your side. See, the things don't add up to just being competitive. They don't add up, Mr. Craig.
Well, let me say this. I said 5%. That's where I stand. That doesn't mean that's where Victor Conte or even Bud stands on, but that's where I stand on that. But let me also say this about the transparency, the preparation, etc. I know some of us has read The Art of War, and I believe Bud read it, and I don't believe EJ has, because there's also psychological warfare. It don't have to be fair. It don't have to be sporting, because they actually are in the hurt business. Bud has managed during the course of that fight, the course of the negotiation, upset everybody, even his own fans, including me. He didn't know a lot of what he was doing, but it still worked out for him. And he came in that fight. He got what he wanted, even though most people thought, you're the B side. You need to take what Al Haymon is going to give you. You need to be fair to Earl. He's going to get 60%. He's going to get more than you. So what? Bud had decided what he wanted to get. He took a path to get what he wanted to get. It may not have always been pretty, but he stayed on that path. Even when they had the second negotiation, there was still some stumblings there. And I remember I told Marty, I believe it still had to do more with money. So if Victor was in the camp and if Victor was advising Bud, that was a choice Bud made too in his preparation. Now, I think the biggest thing that's always going to scar this fight, regardless of how intelligent we debate it, is the fact that Victor has a past of cheating, and most people still believe that he was giving Bud some kind of illegal performance-enhancing drug that caused him to win the fight, that helped him win the fight. So that's the cloud that's there. If you take away that, then you have to look at that even though Bud went over to fight David Abanesian because he wanted to me, it was a tune-up fight. I don't believe there was 10 million, but I'm not going to get into the man's pocket because there's been nothing definitive about how much money was over there for him to get. I do have a pretty good understanding that he wasn't happy with how things was going with negotiation with PBC. Part of it, most of it, too, in my opinion, was because he didn't know what he was doing. So when you don't know what you're doing, you're going to suffer a little bit of frustration, and you're going to do some things like get just frustrated and walk away. The BLK Prime thing, to me, was not something that I believe that Bud even knew about. That was just happenstance, and I don't think Bud knew BLK Prime was there. Now, if y'all think he did, then that's part of your argument as well. But I don't think he knew it was there. I think with the thing with Blue showing up at the store, et cetera, I don't think it happened in the store, but I don't think he called Blue up and said, let's go talk to BLK. BLK had to come to Bud. That's my feeling about it, because I thought they was trying to mimic what Showtime was trying to do with Jake Paul.
It don't make a difference. Okay, let's do this, because I see where this is going, because I want to make sure we stay.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, because we
right. No, you good, Greg. You good. It's some things that I want to. So here's the thing that you said as far as Crawford saw something in the negotiations that he didn't agree with. That might be true. But here's the other part of that we have to consider. And I've been saying this almost a year, long time now. When Terence Crawford got the proposal in May, his words, not mine, there were terms in the proposal that he probably may not have agreed with. That's understandable. But here's the part where it goes left for us to use that as a reason of why he backed out and went to BLK Prime. Because after the proposal was sent in May, his words, not mine, in August, a few months later, Terence Crawford admitted, IG Live, same reference, that Al Heyman and them sent him a contract. So if you didn't agree with the terms in the proposal that had the language and terms and agreement inside of the proposal, Al Heyman and them, it's just good business. I'm not going to send you a contract when I know you're not going to sign it in the first place. I have an attorney on retainer that has to get paid to draw up these documents. I'm not paying an attorney to do something where I don't believe that you're going to sign. So that means that Crawford obviously gave Spence's team the assurances that he agreed to something, whereas though once they gave him the contract, their expectation was for him to sign. How do we know that? Because Errol Spence came right out. He came right out when he was interviewed on Showtime, when Tank Davis literally was going to fight Hector Garcia that night. And they asked him, Brian Custer, I believe, interviewed him. He asked him, what happened? And Spence admitted, we didn't even know that he was even negotiating with BLK Prime. We had no idea. He never gave us any inclination that that's what he was doing. And Spence even said, I would have respected if he would have just told us, look, I just want to tune up. I just want to go over there and fight BLK Prime, get a couple of dollars real quick, and then I'll spin the block, and then we'll fight. Spence said he'd respect that more had he been transparent, thank you, Aaron, in that regard. But he wasn't. Not only did we not expect Bud Crawford to fight David Ebenezer, none of us expected in January, the month after he fought David Ebenezer, for him to end up in De La Hoya's office. De La Hoya is on record saying that we negotiated with Bud and hopefully he can sign a 3-fight deal with Golden Boy Promotions. All this happening in January now. Alexis Rocha was going to be first fight. Virgil Ortiz is second. And then in the near future, Errol Spence. Those were the words of Oscar De La Hoya in January. The same month that Terence Crawford was on MMA Hour and he said he picked up the phone and called Errol Spence in January. So when we look at the behavior patterns of what happened, we can't make these assumptions that he didn't know about BLK Prime. They might have came to him. He really agreed to the terms and then he backed it. We got to call it for what it is. And the truth of the matter is, all he had to do was just sign the contract and fight. But he went on Katie Abdul's channel, go back to the podcast and listen, a month before he fought David Ebenezer, and he said at the age of 33, I was been planning to retire. 2.5 years prior to that, he went on ESPN, did an interview with Andre Ward. Andre Ward said, when you going to fight Errol Spence? The man himself, Bud, these are his words. He said, I might not fight him. I might not fight him. I already accomplished what I wanted to accomplish in the sport. He told Kate Abdul that. And guess what? When he said that in front of Andre Ward, fighter to fighter now, Andre Ward told him, I'm going to be very disappointed in you if you don't fight that man. I'm going to be very disappointed if you tell me if the fight happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't. His whole attitude changed after he got on the phone and called Victor Conti. I'm just saying, look at the timeline. So what
all that is great. All of that is great. Now, when he comes on the show,
wait, hold on. Forget it being great, Greg. Is it true?
We don't know. I'll say all of that is great, but when he comes on to the show, these are the questions that I'm saying to you that you could get clarification on, because I have a whole different spin than you do.
But I'm just saying all the things. All I did just now is say everything that Bud said. See, I'm going by what he said and when he said it. That's the only thing I just did.
I get that.
Yeah.
But we
all I
still
did
got
was
to wait till you talk to him.
Well, here's the
I
thing.
want you to talk to him.
I agree with you. But what I'm saying
we
is
setting it up.
He's not here now.
I know.
So we got to go by what the
we got
man
to
said
go on what it looks
at
like
the time
what
he said it.
and what the interpretations of that is. But it
But
comes
see, that's
right back down to what I said. I said that whatever took place between those negotiations, I've always said Bud didn't know what he was doing.
He knew what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing, bro.
Because it wouldn't have been as messy as it was if he did. That was messy, very messy all the way around. It just happened to work out for him, but that was very messy.
I agree with you. I agree it was very messy. But what I'm saying is all the stuff that I just mentioned, these are things that I told you what he said. I told you where to find it, to cross-reference what he said, and I gave you the timing of when he said it.
Oh,
I'm not
disputing you. I'm not disputing you.
Yeah.
I heard some of the things he said on the lives and so forth, and all of it was messy because none of it gelled in the way I would have liked it to. It just so happened that in spite of that, things still worked out in his favor all the way around.
It only worked out because Errol Spence made that happen.
Yeah, Earl Spence was the final
happen.
decision maker on that. He was not going to fight anyone else until he fought Bud, which in my opinion, even though I wanted the fight to happen, was not the wise decision, not just because I don't think he was ever going to beat Bud, but because he stayed out of the ring too long to be fighting anybody like Bud. But that was where I say arrogance. That's hubris, arrogance, and yes, it's a lot of money on the table. So I get it. I would want to get the 40 million or so of what he got. So that played a huge role, as we all know. But you don't go into a fight where everybody was still saying at the time it was a 50-50 fight, and one fighter has a tune-up fight, and you don't do any, and you decided that you don't need a tune-up fight. That didn't make sense, and it wasn't wise at all.
That's what I'm talking. Now I'm talking to 2 cents on this one. 2 cents boxing. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, the guy Major League. That's all you gotta do. Click that link. You come challenge me. Click that link. Come on up here and talk to me, man. You ain't gotta talk to me.
Come on. You got somebody talking in the chat, talking greasy.
Well, it's not greasy. It's just he's saying nobody challenges me. So I figured, he come up here. Maybe he can take a shot at the. Maybe
I'm about to challenge Body right now. So why is Bud always the one that's the problem? Why is Bud the one always that's always the problem?
Why is he always the problem?
Yeah.
Well, I just looked at his behavior patterns, and that's all I was doing.
So
what Spence showed me is that everything he said out of his mouth, he did it, or he was willing to do it. What Crawford showed me, he said things out of his mouth, but his actions spoke a little bit different than what he actually said. That's the only thing I'm saying.
I'm gonna challenge that. So you think Spence, prior to the fight, he telling his whole fan base, he telling everybody, "Oh, I'm in the best shape of my life. I'm gonna go ahead and destroy this man. I'm gonna break him like Kunta Kinte. I'm gonna do this and that." Hyping his fan base up. His fan base in turn goes in and drop thousands, hundreds, some in the 6 digits. I mean, seriously, people's making these type of bets. So now, what type of character does a person have if he's gonna tell you all this, but then a couple of days ago, he's basically telling you know what? I lied to y'all. I was not 100%.
I never heard him lie to somebody. I didn't.
But that's what he did. But let me land this plane. If he comes out and saying he had deficiencies that he knew he had, specifically, I'm just talking specifically with this cataract. He knew he needed to take care of that.
Yes.
But he went in there. He gave a lot of his fan base hope, false hope.
But NHA, let's be clear. We're talking boxing here. We're not talking no other sports. Let's be clear on this. And I'm not defending Spence. I just want us to see the big picture here. All the fighters do that. Most fighters don't ever say they're injured. Hold on. Most fighters don't ever say that they're suffering from injury before they go into a fight. Their job is to sell the fight and not bring their personal lives into it because it might affect the business. We've seen a lot of fighters, believe it or not, a lot of fighters go into fights hurting, physically hurt, but they don't say anything, right? As long as they can pass the physical by the doctor's standard and the athletic commissions, they'll go in there and fight. These are real competitors. These are real fighters, all of them. So sometimes a fighter won't go in there and say, I got eye issues, or I need to have surgery with something. If they can pass the test, they're going to go in there and get that check. That's business. And at press conferences, all fighters supposed to say, I'm going to break you like Kunta Kinte. And just like when Bo McAnumber said it, we're going to dominate Spence. So they both went back and forth and did that. That's what fighters do at press conferences. Their job is to sell the fight. So I can't give any credence because the guy didn't go in there and put out his personal health issues. As long as he can pass the test, he's ready to fight. Now, if he go in there, he's taking a risk if he's not 100%, which we all know Spence did. And he suffered the consequences for that in the Crawford fight and whatever else fight that he went inside of there not 100%. That's all I'm saying. So we got to look at it from the holistic standpoint. A lot of fighters be injured sometimes, and they just don't say anything. As long as they can pass that physical, and they're maybe 70 to 80% where they can compete, and they think they're going to win, hey, they do that. That's just what boxers do.
I've said it all along. I've said it all along. I mean, I believe there was some cheating in that fight. But the only cheating that took place, I'm dead ass. The only cheating that took place was Spence cheating his fans. Because I don't know, y'all can spin it however y'all want. If that man went in there knowing he couldn't see, and you know how much was on the line for this fight, I get it, cool. Don't say nothing. But then you sound so. I lost a lot of respect from actually coming out, bringing up the topic now. It's one thing, okay, yeah, fighters go fight hurt. No, okay, I give him that. But then if you're not gonna bring it up before the fight, don't bring it post fight.
Manager Money, can I respond to him real quickly?
Yes.
So, NAJ, I hear what you're saying, but here's one thing a lot of people don't seem to understand. When a man shows you that he's willing to walk away from a fight after he's said that he or agreed to fight you, then you have a decision on your side to make. And if you're injured and you know, if I say I'm injured, or let's say you get injured before the fight, you weren't accidentally got hurt, you know that you're not going to allow that one thing, right, to be another reason why somebody who's already shown you, hey man, I don't have to, I'll walk away from this fight or I'll go fight somebody else, which he did. See, this would be a different discussion if Bud had not have done what Bud did during the negotiations. I can't remember any time in history where a man agrees to fight one fighter, and then the whole time he's even in discussion about that fight, he's got a whole other, arrangement going on that he actually goes and fights the guy. So I think it's a little bit dishonest to say, hold on.
Let him finish.
You're not listening. It's not honest to say that Spence cheated his fan base when he went above and beyond to make sure the fight even took place. I don't think we're not being serious when this man comes out and says, man, I gave up millions just for the fight to happen. You think he's going to let an eye injury? I believe Spence would have got in this fight with two broken hands if that's what it takes. See, that's the part we're not saying. We're saying, oh, well, it was Bud's fault. No. Bud made a decision to do what he did the same way Errol made a decision to say, man, I don't care what it takes. Just let's get the fight done. So you can say what you want to say about all that other stuff, man. I'm looking at, just like Manager, and I just want to piggyback on what Manager Marty said, and I'm going to let somebody else come up. I think the gentleman that wants to challenge manager Marty is up. But let's just. I want to end it like this. Once you've shown me, it doesn't matter who you are. If you're the obstacle in my way to get what I said I want, which is to be undisputed, right? It wouldn't have mattered if it was Boots that had that belt. It wouldn't have mattered who it was that had that belt. Once Errol Spence made up in his mind that he wanted to become undisputed, he showed me that he was going to do whatever it takes to get that. Now, was he successful? That's not even the point. He did what it took to get to his goal. Now, whatever you want to say, Bud didn't act that same way. You can argue that all you want to, but I know what I saw. That's all I got to say, Martin.
We're basically going back to, okay, everything is Bud's fault. Absolve Spence of any responsibility whatsoever.
Right.
Lack of preparation, lack of, lack of transparency. We'll talk about transparency. How about letting your fans know, you know what, prior to that, listen, I offered a setback. I got to take care of the surgery. I'm going to spin the block and deal with Bud. But I just don't want to go in there and rob my fans of, the performance that I believe I can give y'all. You want to talk about transparency, right? Because I know a lot of people that lost $100,000 on it.
I got you. Major League Maine, are you there?
Yes, sir. Actually, they didn't lose any money at all because nobody paid their bets. Earl fans didn't pay any of their bets.
Facts. Unless you bet in Vegas. I'm talking about the Vegas bets.
Okay, Vegas, yeah, but nobody. As far as personal bets, I didn't see anybody get paid from the Bud fight. I'm still waiting from people from the YTBC to pay me.
Major League Maine.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Now you said that you wanted to challenge me about what? I hear a lot of feedback. Do you have me on two devices?
Nah, I don't have anything planned. You can still hear the feedback?
Well, only when I talk I can hear it, not when you talk.
Oh.
We'll try to work through it.
No, I basically said nobody on the panel challenges you.
Well, what are you trying to talk about? What did I say wrong?
All right, with the snack program. All right, just own up to the fact that you have a disdain towards Crawford.
Did
we
you
can
hear me
accept
say that? Hold up.
No, I'm just telling you. I'm telling you.
Time out.
We're going to accept that.
Wait. We're going to deal with it line for line. You're going to tell me what I did, and I'm going to respond to you. Then you go to the next thing. So, did you ever hear me say that I have a disdain for Bud Crawford?
No, I don't. I never heard you say that, but that's not the point that I'm making. No, that's not the point that I'm making. So no, I'm.
But you wait.
Let's
you
agree.
put something.
Let's agree.
Hold on, Major.
Okay,
Major. Hold.
No.
We can't talk at the same time.
You asked me to make my point, right? You asked me to make my point, right?
Wait, you made a statement
about
but
you asked me to bring up a point that I'm making where nobody challenges you.
You just brought up one. Hold up. You just brought up one. You
I didn't even get to finish.
For Crawford. Hold on.
I didn't even get to finish. You know why? You know why? Because you're coming at it.
Bro, we're not gonna be
Let me finish my point. Just let me finish my point. All I want to do is
but hold on.
You're coming at this as if I'm putting out a narrative or giving you a perception that you're saying that you said that you have a disdain.
Hold on. When you say something to me, I want to make sure I respond to each point. I'm giving you the platform you can bring up 5 points if you want, but I want to make sure that once you bring the point up to me, I want to make sure I can respond to that point, and then we can move on to your second point. So you said that you think I have a disdain for Bud Crawford. So I asked you, did you hear me say the words that I have a disdain for Bud Crawford? You said no. So my thing is, like I said yesterday, if you didn't hear me say that, then you're assuming. So because you're assuming, I can come back and say, I can come back and say, hold me accountable to the words that I do say, not the words that I don't say. Because that's your
But
assumption.
this
And I
is
don't
this
have
is
to give you
no,
reassurance.
yes, you're right.
I
This is
don't
my
have to give
assumption.
you
You are
reassurance
right. You are
based on
1000% right.
bruh, I don't have to give you reassurance based on your assumption. I think that's
You
fair.
are
Hey,
1000%
Marty,
right.
not to cut y'all off, okay? Knockout 86 is on the backstage, man. He's asking to come on.
All right, you are 1000% right. I'm not.
So let's move on
I'm
to the
not
next
putting
point.
words in your mouth. I'm not putting words in your mouth or
Let's move on
anything
to the
like that.
next point. You said I was right
No,
already.
I'm not moving on to the next point because you didn't finish the point. There was no, we
You
didn't come to
already
any
listen. You
conclusion.
already said I
No,
was right. You said I was
no.
right
I said,
already.
can we
So let's
agree?
move on
Can
to
we
the next point.
agree? No, because I'm asking you something. Can we agree to the fact that you have a disdain towards Terence Crawford?
I just told
Yes or
you.
no?
Listen, bruh. You just said you
You can
didn't
just
hear
say
me
yes
say
or
that,
no. You can just say yes or no. That's it. You can say yes
bruh.
or no.
Bruh. I asked you, did you hear me say it? You said no.
Don't answer the question with another question. Just say yes or no. Can we agree to the fact that you have a disdain towards Crawford? Yes or
You
no?
didn't ask me. You said, can we do
That's still
that
a
you have a
question.
disdain for Crawford?
Listen, once a sentence starts off with can we, isn't that a
Bruh, you ain't got
question?
to
Isn't
talk.
it going to
Listen,
end off
listen,
with a
bruh.
question?
Listen, we're not going to do the
Isn't it going to
semantics.
end off in a
Bruh,
question?
you just admitted that I was right. So let's move on to the next point.
No, because I'm telling you that we should just come to a conclusion together that you don't like this
There
man.
is no
That's
conclusion.
and
There
that's
is no
okay.
conclusion.
Okay, we'll move on from that because for some reason you just don't
You
want to own
never
up to
heard
the.
me say I did have a
I don't
disdain
think
for
there's
him.
no problem. I don't think there's no problem with somebody hating somebody as long as you got merit to the reason why you hate
Bruh,
somebody.
you're assuming that. But you want me to give you reassurance by answering the question. And I'm telling you, I don't do that in my life. I don't give people who assume reassurance. If you assume that, that's
I
on
want no
you.
reassurance. I don't
Huh?
want no reassurance. It is what it
Yes, you
is. Like
do.
everybody
You
knows
do.
this.
You do want reassurance. You
All right,
said, can we agree?
you have hundreds of videos on one fighter, one
So
specific
what?
fighter.
So
All
what?
right.
What's your point?
All right. One could come away with the perception that they could perceive that you don't like this guy.
Say what?
Anyone who watches your content from the outside, they don't even have to know about boxing to see your content. They could come to the conclusion that you don't like this guy,
That's not
and that's
true. You
okay.
assuming again. That's not
You're
true.
right. You can call it an assumption all you want, but when I
Let me
ask
tell you.
people about Marty, do you watch Marty the Manager? They say, "Oh, the guy, the Terence Crawford hater." Like that's all they say.
No, the people that you hang with say. Let me tell you what people say that I hang with. They say, man, Jamarty, when I listen to your content and I listen to the facts that you present, you be on point. That's what they say.
Nah, highly doubt it. But hey, that's
So
just
I'm
my
lying.
opinion. I'm not going off of what people say, but that's just my opinion.
Well, you
I'm just
did just
giving
go
you
by
my
people's.
opinion.
You just went
No,
by people.
I'm saying I'm replying as in I doubt it. When I say I doubt it, that's my opinion. As a response to what you just said, I said I doubt it. But that's just my opinion. What's
No
the
problem.
big deal about that?
Go ahead, brother. Next point. Text, what's 1-2-1-2-1-2? Mayday, Mayday. Omaha, you there?
All right,
Can you hear me, bro?
all right, so let me ask you this.
Omaha.
Let me
Oh, you
ask
can
you
hear
this straight up. Let me ask you this. This is because I'm getting to this point right now. Is snack a PED in your personal opinion?
I don't know.
I mean, you spoke with Victor Conte on you was on your show twice, right?
And everything I said while he wasn't here, I said it to his face when he was here.
All right, I'm not worried about that. You worried about this street stuff. I don't care about none of that stuff.
Hey,
It's not in your personal opinion. In your personal opinion. In your personal opinion, is snack a PED? Yes
I
or
already answered
no?
that question. Next question.
No, I want a yes or no. Like just say yes or no. If you think it is,
I gave you the answer. I don't
all
know.
right. So because when you go off with when you answer with I don't know, when you go off with I don't know, you leave room for assumption for your audience to say, damn, we don't know. We can't go off of what Marty says. So it might be, it might not be. Come on, man. You can't do that, man.
I don't know, but I tell you what I do know.
What
You
you
ready for
doing?
this?
What you doing with your
You ready for
channel is
this? Are
irresponsible.
you
That's
ready for
what you
this,
doing
sir?
with your
You gonna let me
channel is
talk?
irresponsible.
You gonna let me talk? You asked me a question, I'm answering you. I don't know, but what I do know is it enhances performance, like the advertisements say on your screen. That what it do. That I do. I do know this.
So how come it did not enhance Demetrius Andrade's performance? How
It
come
did
it
enhance
did
his
not enhance
performance.
it?
Where was you at?
All right, when he just had a fight recently, last year, the end of the year. What did
Right.
he do so great?
It enhanced his performance.
Did the
How did
opposite.
it enhance
He quit on the
how
stool.
did it enhance his
I
last
can't.
performance? How
It's
did it
somebody else
enhance his
trying to
last
talk. Somebody,
performance?
hold. Y'all gotta hold on. Let the man talk. What you saying?
How did it enhance his last performance? Because I
What
seen
did
his
you?
last fight. He didn't look
Yeah.
nowhere near as good as his previous fights.
To me, it enhanced his performance. He got hit with a big shot from a guy who's much bigger than him, and the guy that he was fighting is rolling with Memo Heredia. Things happen.
But
You know, look, let me
is
give
it
you an
Errol
example.
Spence?
Let me give
Listen,
you an
is it Errol
example.
Spence bigger than
Let
Terence
me give
Crawford?
you, sir, let me give you an example, please. When
Is it
Manny
Errol Spence bigger than
bruh,
Terence Crawford?
let me
That's all I want
finish.
to know.
Bruh, I will answer all your questions. But let me finish my statement. The reason why I said what I just said. When Manny Pacquiao, someone that Victor Conte stated that he believes that was on PEDs his entire career, when he fought Juan Manuel Marquez, that last fight, Juan Manuel Marquez had Angel Memo Heredia in his corner, and he knocked Manny Pacquiao out cold. So what I'm saying to you is, okay, Andre was on the snack program, cool, but Demetrius Andre had Angel Memo Heredia in his corner. You see my point?
No,
So
I
this
don't
is
see
not the
your
first
point.
time this happened in boxing.
No, I don't see your point because you're trying to add another correlation of somebody else, a third party, into what we're talking about.
Because
Why
using
didn't it
that
work for
boo-boo
Demetrius
Andre, wait,
Andrade?
I'm telling you, bro, you got to stop being emotional. When you hear me talking, right, give me the opportunity to explain like I'm going to do you. The reason why I said that is because you pointed out the fact that Andre lost, as if just because someone's on a snack program, they're not going to lose.
See, there go you assuming right there. That's you
What did you?
assuming because
Okay, so what did you bring up? What did you bring up his loss for?
I didn't bring up Demetrius Andrade because of his loss. I'm talking
What you
about
bring it
his
up for?
performance. His performance. You can lose a fight and still have a performance. Am I right? Right or wrong?
Listen, bro. He
All right.
performed
So
well until
why
he
did
got
he look
hurt.
nowhere? Okay, why didn't he look nowhere near as good as his previous performances then?
He was in there with apparently he was in there with a better fighter than his last fight, and we both know that.
All right, but
And that was
I've
his
seen
first time
videos.
at the weight.
Okay, and I've seen plenty videos where you personally have said that Spence is a better boxer than Terence Crawford.
And what's your
They got
point? That's my opinion. What's your point?
all right. So how you gonna say that and you come back to the Andre thing? It's a total complete contradiction of what you're saying.
No, it's not. I'm not an in-ring performance
Because you said
expert.
he lost to a bigger, better fighter, right? Isn't that what you're saying right now?
Absolutely. He got caught with a big shot and he didn't recover.
And then when we go to Terence Crawford and Spence,
Yeah.
let's go off of your presumption. He was the better boxer. Spence was the better fighter, and he was the bigger guy.
Listen, hey, even hold up. Even Victor Conte said 2 years ago that Errol Spence was the bigger fighter than Crawford. Did you hear him say that in the interview?
Terence Crawford was the bigger fighter than Terence.
No. Hear me and hear me clearly. Listen clearly. Errol Spence was the bigger fighter than Terence Crawford. Those were the words of Victor Conte 2 years ago.
All right, how does that help the point of what we're talking about?
I'm about to give it to you. I'm about to give it to you here. If Victor Conte can say that Errol Spence is a bigger fighter, in his opinion, way before Crawford even went to the snack program, and then I had LC, the homie of Terence Crawford and the best friend of his nephew, get on this platform, and I asked him, why do you think that Terence Crawford went to snap. And he said the same thing Victor said, because Errol Spence was bigger and stronger. Now, let me ask you a question. Now it's my turn. Was Terence Crawford bigger than Errol Spence in that fight physically?
Not that I've seen.
Yes, he was.
You
Yes,
was
he
there?
was.
You was
Huh?
personally there? Because going off of what I seen off my TV screen, Spence was still the bigger guy.
I was personally there, yes. He looked bigger than Spence. Absolutely.
Why are you lying like this, man? So you saying that like what the TV just made him like they did a special
Go ahead,
effect
bro. I'm
to
giving you
make
my
to make,
opinion like you
to make
gave me mine,
Spence
like
look bigger?
you gave me yours.
No, I'm asking you. So you saying that the TV Showtime, everybody they
See,
just
there
made
you
a some
go
special
again.
effect.
See, you're doing it again.
So
Major
I'm
League.
asking you.
You're
I'm
holding
asking you.
Major League.
This is
Major
truly
League.
hilarious right now. This I'm laughing right
Major
now while I'm
League.
asking you.
You're holding me, Major League. You're holding me accountable for words I did not say. See how you said, are you saying the TV? The TV? I didn't say
You
nothing
did
about no
say it. That
TV,
was your
bro.
opinion. You did say it. You said you was at the fight. You literally
Yes,
just
but I
said you
didn't
was
say
at the
anything
fight.
about a TV. Listen, but I didn't say anything about a TV. These are words
I'm
that you're
asking
putting
you.
in my mouth.
I'm not assuming or anything. I'm asking. You could just say yes or no. Why you
You
feel
asked me,
offended
was
when
I
I'm
there?
asking you this
I
question?
answered your question.
No, you didn't. You didn't even give me a chance to ask the
You
question.
asked
Come
me,
on.
was I there? I said yes.
All right, and I asked you. So, are you saying that there was a special effects thing, or
Come
is
on,
there
bro.
a chance?
Stop with the you're playing
Can
semantics with
I
me.
ask? Can I finish? Ask you the question?
Go ahead.
Because I'm going to still ask that question. So, is there a part? So, are you saying, or are you implying or indicating that there
There we
could
go
have been a
implying again.
possibility? All
Just
right,
take my
that's
words
what
as
I'm
I say
asking
them.
because that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking. Can you? It's on you if you want to answer it or not. You can just say no. I don't want to answer, but just let me finish asking my question. Can I ask it?
Go ahead.
All right. So, by any chance, could there be a possibility that Showtime or the people who are running the productions could have made Bud look smaller than Spence? From what you're saying, since you were personally there.
You asked me a TV programming question. I'm not an expert in TV programming.
I'm telling you, I'm asking you this because it's basically rhetorical. I'm kind of trolling you right now, but it's basically
Why?
rhetorical with
Why
that
you
question.
trolling me,
You
bro?
know why?
For
No,
what?
I'm not trolling you about the whole thing. I'm just trolling you with that question because it's
Why?
basically
Why you wasting my
rhetorical.
time trolling me? Ask some real questions that the people want to
No,
hear.
no, you know why? Because you're not making sense in what you're telling me. You said he was bigger at the fight. Personally, with your own eyes,
Yes.
you see he was bigger than Spence,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
But no, there's
Physically, yes.
nobody. Listen, there's nobody in the world who seen that fight that will agree with you that they seen
So, what is your
Bud bigger
point?
than Spence.
What is your point? I don't
That
have
you
to agree with
are lying,
everybody.
bro. You are lying. You're going off. I get it. It's your
Was you
opinion or
at the
whatever.
fight?
A
Come
fact
on,
is
come on, come on,
something
come on,
that
come
could
on, come
be.
on, come on, come on.
A
Were you
fact
at the
is
fight?
something that could be confirmed by multiple sources. So
Bruh,
if it's 6 of us on the
bruh,
panel and only you seen that
bruh.
Bud was bigger than Spence, nobody
Were
else seen that.
Were you at the fight?
I wasn't at the fight. I'm not
So
gonna
what are
lie.
we? So we have two different perspectives. You were not there
I get that we have two different perspectives, but
because you were
other
not
people that
there,
were at the fight, other people that
sir.
were at the fight, they were not saying what you're saying right now. They
That's
wasn't
their
saying that
perspective, bruh.
Bud was
That's
bigger than
their
Spence.
perspective.
Nobody said that.
So
Nobody said
what?
that, man.
So what? That's their perspective, and they're entitled to it.
All
I'm
right,
the
and you're
only one that's
entitled
not
to yours,
entitled
but
to it.
don't try to make it seem like that's what it was when that wasn't.
That
You're
was
just
my
speaking from
perspective.
your own personal delusional opinion, bro.
You
That's
call it
what you're doing right
delusional.
now.
Fine. What is your point?
Yes, you are a delusional man. I'm sorry
No
to tell you that, but
problem.
you are a
And guess
delusional
what?
man.
That didn't stop you from coming on the delusional man's panel.
Yeah, because I got my enjoyment. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I got my enjoyment
But
for today.
why?
Thank you.
Why?
Like I thank you. I don't have no problem with having a discourse with you, but I
But no,
just
I'm
come to
asking you
the
why.
I've came
Why?
to the
Tell me why.
realization. I've came to the realization that yeah, I probably could have talked to him
No,
and
no,
get a
just tell me
reasoning with
why. I
him.
don't want to
I'm
hear
not
all the
saying
Valentine's Day.
I'm
Bruh,
trying to explain to you. You gotta stop cutting me off. Yeah, you.
bruh. I don't want to hear the Valentine's Day cards. I just want you to tell me why do you want to troll me and be all up over me? Why?
I'm not. I'm not trolling you, sir. Just because I asked you one question in a sense of troll, yeah, you could take the
So
whole
what's the point of challenging me? What is the
conversation
point
as
of challenging me?
huh?
What's the point of wanting to challenge me? For what?
Yeah, I challenge you, bro. You've been fumbling at a lot of things you've been trying
Give
to
me one
get
thing
out.
I've been fumbling about. Give me one thing.
Bro, you fumbled on saying that Terence Crawford was bigger than Spence, bro.
Yeah,
You
I'm
gotta
standing
stop
by
it,
that.
man.
I'm
You
standing.
gotta stop it, man. Like people looking
I'm
at you
standing.
delusional.
They
Like
are.
delusional.
They are.
So
I doubt
let's
that.
ask everybody else on the panel.
No. I'm
Who's the
asking
bigger guy?
you. You don't tell me how to run the panel. I'm asking you. You about to be famous after the night.
Kid, I really don't care, sir. I've been on YouTube, been getting
That's
views. Yo,
nice.
y'all can click my link. I don't care about none of that.
Me neither.
What you got to say?
I'm not impressed. I just want to know what you up here doing all this challenge me for. What's the point? I just don't even get it.
I'm glad I made the point that you are delusional. You just
You ain't come
lied.
with no proof.
You just
You ain't
made
come
up.
with no proof.
You made up a notion that when you was at the fight that Terence Crawford was bigger than Errol Spence.
That's how he looked at me. Yeah.
And there was dudes in your comments the week of that fight when I was saying, "Hey, here's my personal opinion. I'm gonna give you my personal opinion." When I seen the weigh-in of that fight, they didn't really look that the size advantage didn't seem that much different.
And then what happened?
It didn't seem that much different. Yeah, Spence was still the bigger guy, but it didn't really seem that much different. That's how I seen it.
Let me ask you a question.
I commented in one of your community picks or like posts that I guess of the weigh-in, or it could have been you or somebody else. I don't know. But I commented, I said I don't really see the size difference out of each.
I had a question for you. I had a question for you.
I'm not done. I said I really don't really see it. That's what I commented I put in the comment section. I said I don't really see the size difference. And you know what? You know what people said? They came replying to me. They said, "Oh, don't worry, man. He's gonna blow up 195 once fight night." Everybody was saying that, like, "Yo, don't worry, man. It's just a weigh-in. He's just making weight. He gonna get." They was talking about Spence. They were saying this in regards to Spence, that he was gonna blow up all this extra shit.
I had a question for you now. How long you been around boxing?
I would say probably 3-4 years. I can't even lie to you. 3-4 years. I can't even lie to you.
3 or 4 years. What? That you've been watching it? That you've been fighting? What? Tell me.
No, I've been watching. Spar, train. Like, I'm not no real fighter, but I do that for fitness. Like, I get into boxing for fitness.
So you've been in boxing like on the heavy mitts, on the heavy bags, the mitts, all of that for 3 years?
Nah, not all of that for all 3 years, bro.
That's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you. How long?
Oh, what, you want to know my life story?
No, in boxing, sir. Your experience in boxing.
All right, I don't have a real fight experience. I never fought in a real fight.
What about watching it?
I've been watching boxing for at least almost my whole life. Like, I fell off with boxing because like the Floyd effect, but after that, like I got back on it because the new guys. That's it.
I got you. So, have you ever been to live fights before?
A live fight? Yeah, I've been to a live fight before.
How many would you say?
I could count on my hand, probably like 3-4.
That's my point. I figured that. So that's why I asked you that. I figured that.
No, you try to make an argument. No, I'm
not making no argument. No, listen. I can tell.
You're trying to find something. You're trying to find a deficiency of my personal life.
I can
something to say that I'm discreet. I can't
I'm not
speak on it.
You. Listen, hear me out.
Or I don't know about this because I haven't been to live boxing events.
Hey,
get out of here with that, man. Everybody's entitled to opinion, like you are entitled to your opinion.
Yes, but I'm trying to help you. My
no,
show,
you're not helping me at all.
I am about to right now.
Listen, Marty, nothing you say can help me.
Calm down.
No, it's nothing about emotion. You can use that as a deflect, but nothing you say.
I'm trying to help you.
Can help you.
I'm trying to help
you. Listen, nothing you say can
I'm trying to help you. Don't overtalk me. I'm trying to help you. Listen.
I'm seriously telling you this. And I'm not trying to joke with you or anything.
Major League.
Nothing is nothing that you can tell me that will help me.
Major League.
I'm that serious.
Major League, hear me out.
There
Please, I'm
is
being patient
nothing
with you.
that you can tell
Major
me
League,
that would help
Major
me.
League.
There is nothing. There's absolutely nothing in this world that you can tell me about that will help me.
No problem. Listen, Major League, you're getting emotional. I'm trying to help you out. Hear me out. Hear
Bro,
me out,
you're
Major
asking
League.
me about you asking about my personal
No,
shit.
Major League. I cannot
You asking about
understand
my
these
personal
guys
shit.
acting like women. Major League, hear me out. You keep over talking me, bro. You don't hear me talking?
Because you keep over
Hear me
talking
out.
me, you're gonna get the same energy, bro. You
I'm
over
trying
talking
to
me.
tell you something.
Once I got on the
All right,
once I
listen,
got on the
listen,
team, you was cutting me off.
listen. You gonna
Once
let
I
me
got on the
talk?
panel, you started cutting me off.
Are you gonna let me talk? Are you gonna let me talk or you not? Okay, now the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying, I'm not trying to discredit you. Hear me. I'm listening to you. I've been in this game for a long time. I'm listening to the words that you're saying to me, and I can tell based on my experiences that when you say things to me about a TV screen and programming and how the TVs can make people look this way and that way, and I was actually there, and you don't have a lot of experience with seeing live fights and the difference between TV and live, I can tell. So what I'm trying to show you is if you get more experience with going to fights live, I'm not talking about sitting closer than all the way up, you will be able to see the difference with the size of the fighters. I'm not trying to discredit you. I'm trying to teach you something. But you came
So
up
can I
here.
reply?
I didn't. You gonna let me finish? I didn't call you up here until you said something about me saying people don't challenge me in the chat. So I'm
They
saying to
don't,
you.
and I'm doing it right
So
now.
you say
They
you gonna
don't.
cut me off? You're not challenging me, sir. I can
Bro,
assure
you
you
just
right
trying to
now.
filibuster your life away right now, bro. Like,
For
yo,
what?
would you gonna keep talking for
Bro,
like the next 30 minutes? I want to
no,
reply to what you
bro, this
said, but
my
you want to say
show.
a whole essay.
Oh, this my show,
No,
bro.
like,
This my
tell
show.
me how
You
long
came
is
up
your
here,
tell me how long you gonna plan on talking, bro. Because
bro.
nothing,
You came
anything you
up
saying in
here.
regards to trying to teach me, there's nothing you could teach me right now.
Okay, so what you here for? Because that's what this platform is all about.
All
This
right, because we
platform
having a
about teaching.
discourse.
What you
We
here
having a
for?
discourse. You're not teaching me about anything. We're having a debate.
All
You
right,
said
well,
to
you gotta go
challenge
to
you,
some
right?
more fights though. Go to
You
some
said
more
challenge you, right?
live fights.
Hey, you're right about that. I'm not gonna say
So
you're
what we
wrong.
talking
Oh,
about
I'm
then?
not. You think
So
I'm gonna get
what we
offended
talking
because
about
you say
then?
I need to go to more fights? Like, yo, I'm
Yeah,
not
I'm
gonna
right,
get.
right?
Are you 10
So
years
go to
old
some
or
more
what?
fights.
Like, how old are you? Like, bro,
Bro,
I get
when
it.
you go to some more fights, you'll see the difference in sizes. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. So if you
Bro,
know I'm right,
your man's
what we
got his
arguing
ass
for?
whooped. Your man's got his ass whooped. What you're
What
dealing
difference
with
do
right
it
now
make?
is copium. You're dealing with copium right now. That's what you're dealing with.
What
This is
difference
all
do it
cope.
make?
This is all cope that you going through right now.
What are you talking about? I don't
Bro,
even know
you
what you're
can't let
talking
go of
about.
the fact. Listen, you can't let go. I'm getting to the meat of you right now. I'm reading you right
I'm
now.
still
You can't
waiting.
let go of the fact that Errol
You just
Spence got his
trolling so you
ass
can be on
whooped.
the platform. You just want
Bro, you
attention.
can't.
It's okay. I'm giving it to
You
you.
can't let go of the fact that Errol Spence got his ass
I don't
whooped.
even know what you're talking
You're
about. You're
you're
assuming
still
again. What are you
dwelling.
talking
You're
about?
still dwelling on it. You know why? All of this snack stuff. You made Victor Conte back popping on YouTube again. And that's what's up. Like, yo,
No, I
I give you
didn't.
credit on that.
No, I
But you know
didn't.
what?
That's not true.
You have to
That's
think
not
you're
true.
copium. You have to think the fact that you're in cope, you're still dwelling with
What
this
are you
loss.
talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about. I promise you, I
Oh, yeah,
don't.
yeah. It's always
What are
the
you
people
talking
that's
about?
dwelling that don't know what's going on. You're
Did you
dwelling,
choose
bro.
Terence Crawford to win this fight?
Yes, I chose them. What, 3 years ago? I chose them,
You
and I've been in
did?
your comment. I've been in your comments before the fight, telling all your chat buddies that yo, he's gonna get his ass whooped.
All right,
Errol
let me
Spence
ask
is
you a
gonna get
question.
his
All
ass
right, relax. Let me
destroyed.
ask you a question then. Let's talk. So you chose Terence Crawford to win this fight, right? Yeah, you did. So did you include that the
Yes,
SNAP program was
nigga.
in his keys to
Yes,
victory?
nigga. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know what you want.
Chill out. Chill out with the
Yes,
N-word.
nigga. Like you asking
Chill
like,
out,
oh no. So yes, that means you didn't. Like, what the hell? Like,
chill out with
kid,
the
I'm
N-word.
asking you a question.
Oh,
Yes, nigga, I chose that nigga.
Bro, chill out with the N-word, bro. Chill out with the
Bro,
N-word. Now,
listen. Free to speak how I want. So go ahead with what you finna ask.
Bro, time out. You taking this somewhere else. This is YouTube. We live.
You're taking it personal. Listen.
No. I said you taking this somewhere
To
else.
my homies.
Wait,
I talk like this to my homies all the time, bro. It shouldn't be an
listen,
issue to
you
you
don't
because we're
know
on the
me.
internet. I can't
You
get
don't
to
know
you.
me.
I'm not no. Listen, I'm not beefing with you. I can't get
All
to
right,
you.
but
I don't
listen,
care about you.
listen.
I don't care nothing.
As a
Only thing I
man,
care to do is have a
bro,
discourse. That's
bro.
it.
As
That's
a
the only
man,
thing I can do.
We live as men. As a man, I'm asking you. I didn't curse at you. I didn't call you the N word. All I'm saying, do not curse at me. Don't call me the N word. We just talking like men. So I'm
Oh, can I
asking you a
respond to that?
question.
Can I respond to that?
No, there's nothing to respond to that. There's
Oh
nothing
no,
to
I
respond
want
to
to
that.
respond to that because you're trying to give this notion that like I'm hiding who I picked. Like
Bro, I'm not.
I didn't
You
hide who I
answered the
picked.
question, so I got a question for you. I got a question.
What's the question?
Bad enough. You talking crazy with the curse words and stuff, but we
Ask
don't
the
know what you
question,
look like.
sir. Are you gonna ask the question or not?
Turn your camera on then. You talking like that? Turn your camera on so we
I've
can see you, brother.
been showing you on the camera, bro. That's how I
Turn
thought.
it
That's
on
how you
now,
get
because I
on
don't know
the
what you
camera. You
look
gotta
like.
show your face. I showed you my face already, bro.
No, I want you to show it to the audience because you talking spicy real live. So turn your camera so we can see you.
I ain't showing it. You can see my
I'm
videos,
sure
bro.
you
You
will.
can you just click on my link and just go to the videos and see
No,
me.
I'm talking to you. Turn your camera on. What we gotta go to another video for?
I mean, shit, give me some views, my nigga. Like, what the fuck? I don't know what you want me to tell you, bro. Like,
This dude's. I try to give everybody. I'm an equal opportunity employer. I try to give everybody a chance to come up here. Get a little entertainment out of it. But see, when you keep using the N word, you're not really bringing up no real talking points. You scared to show your face, but you can curse and say N. This is the thing that bothers me sometimes about men. Like, people come up here and talk real crazy, but don't want to show their face. Like, why? Why not? The thing is, everybody have their own opinion. I said Spence was going to win this fight. I told people why I thought Spence was going to win this fight. I told people what Crawford had to do to win this fight. You never hear people bring that up. But the thing about it is, that don't stop people from coming up here to troll, to distract the live. I still do it for entertainment purposes and teachable moments. But the thing is, I'm not an in-ring performance expert. So I shouldn't be held accountable if I say a guy's going to win and he lose. So what? But I know one thing: not one Terence Crawford fan added the snack program in the keys of victory for him to win. Now I come out later and tell y'all the snack program works, and now all of a sudden people get a little attitude. He said I got Victor Conti popping on YouTube. That ain't got nothing to do with me. All I'm saying is the guy ain't proved nothing. All he did is come up here and yell and scream like a female. He ain't proved nothing.
Well, I didn't say anything because I was telling Asante.
The man, but the thing is,
Oh, you
Greg,
got him off now. I'm good.
yeah. The thing is this: we can talk as men, but I noticed that a lot of guys get so emotional about Terence Crawford. The man ain't never been to one Crawford fight. He only can count on one hand how many times he been to a live fight, let alone he been in training for 3 years. And he's talking to me, bro. Like, where they do this stuff at?
Is that the first time he's been here?
Oh yes, and the last.
Oh,
and the last.
So
I didn't want to say anything. I said, well, Marty wants to handle this because he said I got it. So and everybody else I think saw the same thing.
Yeah, they've been telling me to kick him off, but
I
tried to
saw
give everybody
that.
a chance.
I'm
What's going on,
learning how to
Asante?
use
What's
this
up, man?
now.
Asante L don't know boxing, so he don't need to be up here.
Asante L, he right here. He know boxing.
He don't. He do. Trust me, Marty. I know him very well. He does not. He does not know boxing.
I agree, D man. That was Asante's like the
Marty,
Terrence Crawford
you know
version of
why
that
they
thing.
saying that? I done already ate them up already months
Listen.
Oh,
ago.
that's wild.
Man, you can
I
yourself
done
up,
ate them up
Asante.
months ago.
So what I guess the dude was trying to say. The question is,
Who talking? Who talking? Let me see who you at. Where you at? Who talking?
I'm right here. I'm D35.
Oh, D35. What you was saying, brother?
So I was trying to talk about this whole notion about Bud agree.
2 cents gave me some super chat. Damn, my fault. Hold on, D2. My fault. Double salute to 2 cents boxing. Sorry, 2 cents. Appreciate your support and contribution to the channel. 2 cents boxing says, NHA, you was the main person saying Spence needs to say something.
Yep.
Now you lost respect. Stop it. You stay contradicting yourself. You full of it, bro. That was to you, NHA.
Can I respond to that?
No.
Can I respond to that? Yeah, I want to Spence to say something.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
I want to Spence to say something. But the respectable
Contradicted
thing, so
itself.
the manly thing to say would be, you know what?
Contradicted itself.
I gotta.
Ashanti L, be quiet.
I'm gonna take care of his eye surgery. Go back in the gym and then get it in. I didn't want Spence to give me an excuse when he's Mr. No Excuse. I don't want you to tell me, the reason I lost is because I couldn't see out of one eye. I think Two Cents actually mad at Spence, and she's taking out on me. She's mad at Spence because Spence cheated her.
You ain't
Did he
nobody.
say the reason I lost, NHA?
Man, listen.
Did he say the reason I lost? You got to quote him correctly now.
Okay, he said the reason I was getting hit with them jabs and hooks. What does that tell you, Marty?
He did.
He was insinuating that's the reason why he lost, but he had all that time after he fought Ugas to get that eye surgery corrected. When Bud when the negotiations fell through because of transparency, y'all kept saying transparency.
Stop it. Bud should have fought him in November.
Damn, Ashanti, man. See, you sound like dude that was just on.
So transparency, what Bud explained was that the money. He was trying to be his own promoter and didn't know how it works, and he felt like he was getting slighted by them not showing the book, so he can see that he was going to get the book.
What book? What
So
book?
I'm going about what Bud Crawford said on his interview. He said
What
the
about
lack of transparency is the reason why he didn't go through with the fight, because he wanted to see what he was making. They was offering him a percentage of nothing. They said, we're going to give you whatever the percent, I think it was 30-some% of whatever the fight made, and he said he wanted to see that so he wouldn't get cheated. He didn't want to feel like he was going to get cheated. If you tell me the fight only did 5 million, but the fight did 30 million, and I only getting a percentage of that. So that's the transparency that Bud said on there. He never agreed. Hold on. He never agreed to fight Spence. They sent over a contract.
Why did they send a contract to him? Real quick.
They sent to make the fight. They sent the contract. They sent an offer over there. He had some rebuttals to that. They didn't.
No, I'm talking about the contract, D35, not the proposal. They sent that first a few months before. Why did they send the contract?
So they sent the contract for the fight. That's on their side.
For him to do what? For Crawford to do what?
To look at it and see that he was agreed to it. To see that he was going to agree to the terms of that. He did not agree to it because of the lack of transparency.
So why would they send him a contract? If they sent him a proposal the first time with the terms on there, then they send him a contract. That means they were intending for him to sign it, correct?
Can you hear me? I can't.
Oh, yes. Did you hear what I said?
I can't even. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm about to come back.
Yeah. You see, when the real questions start showing up, now nobody can hear. We done been down this road too many times. The whole thing is when they sent Terence Crawford a contract, he refused to sign it. It don't make a difference of what he thought, why, this, that, and the third. He did not sign it. So if we're going to say Bud said this, Bud said no transparency. If we're going to say that we're going to hold Bud accountable to his words, Bud also said that he didn't want to fight Spence. He also said he already made legacy, so he's going into the Hall of Fame without fighting Spence. He even told Andre Ward in an interview, hey, I don't have to fight him. It don't matter. It is what it is. If we fight, we fight. If we don't, so what? And Andre Ward even told him, I'm going to be very disappointed if that's the real case, because y'all both are world champions, you know? And so the thing is, we've heard Crawford time and time again say he don't want to fight Spence. He's moving on. But we kept on hearing Errol Spence say, I want Crawford, I want Crawford, I want Crawford, I want Crawford. And even though he could have taken a tune-up fight, he didn't. And he stuck to his guns by saying, I want Crawford next. I'm coming over there to take his S2. Right after he said that in April, while he was in the ring with Ugas, the next month in May, Al Heyman sent Terence Crawford legal documentation. The behavior patterns of Spence and his team showed that they really wanted to fight Terence Crawford. Terence Crawford's behaviors, on the other hand, to the contrary, showed that he didn't want to fight Errol Spence, whether it be for no transparency, whether it be he wanted to tune up, whether it be he was with Victor Conte, whatever the case might be, he didn't sign the contract. But that's not the biggest issue. The biggest issue is he did not give transparency to Al Heyman. See, it's different if he was emailing Al Heyman and they were emailing back and forth, but it sounded like he was able to talk to Al Heyman directly on the phone. So he's asking them to show him some kind of transparency, but he didn't equally give them transparency while he was going over there to negotiate with BLK Prime. So we got to deal with this thing all the way. The reason why we keep talking about it is because it never should have happened in the first place. Both of these guys should have fought way before they did, but that's neither here nor there. The bottom line is they fought. Spence wasn't 100%. He wasn't the same Spence. He looked different in that fight. And I said it before and I'll say it again. Terence Crawford came in the fight. He was not the same Terence Crawford that we were accustomed to seeing. Both fighters look different. That is not an opinion. That is a fact. It is what it is.
Can I ask a whole new question?
Yes, please. Because we're about to go home now. Yes.
Who is Boots signed with now? Since
nobody.
The game.
He's still with Steven.
BLK.
He ain't with no BLK. Stop it, NHA.
So Steven is representing him, but he doesn't have a promoter.
Huh?
So Espinosa is still has Boots, but he has no promoter.
From my understanding, yes. But however,
I'm guessing he's going to PBC, but
it ain't no. Guessing. I don't know if he's going to sign directly with Al. I recommend that he does, but even if he doesn't, I mean, you know, I'm sure that that Steven Espinosa, he got a job somewhere, and wherever that is, he's taking Boots with him.
He gonna get some money somewhere. Because I was just wondering where Boots is, because with the talk of Crawford and Boots, I was wondering who is Boots signed with as a promoter, because Crawford still owes PBC a second fight. So one part is set. So I was just wondering what they're going to do with Boots in terms of who he's going to sign with.
Well, I mean, Boots can fight on Amazon Prime.
Who is Tim Tszyu signed with? I thought he was with PBC, but I don't.
Yeah, Tim Tszyu he kept fighting under PBC banner.
Yeah.
So
okay. So if that's still the case, these fights should be easier to make now that there's only one promoter. So hopefully we won't have all this stuff that happened before. That's why.
Yeah, because if Boots, I mean, if Bud moves up to 154, let's say, as you put it, for him to fight
Tim
Tszyu, then maybe he can vacate the titles.
Well, he would have to. I think he's getting ready to get stripped of another belt. That's what I'd seen rumors or a little.
Nah, he's gonna vacate. I heard he's gonna vacate. He's gonna vacate the WBA.
Let's do something, because now we in January, so now we don't.
There's nobody for Bud to fight except for Boots at 147. So it's no problem if he does vacate. That's good. I mean, nobody else is who else is there to fight? I mean, that's for Boots too, but at the same time, it's Boots' division. So he's gonna take over the division anyway. I've been saying that.
Mm-hmm.
So if Crawford don't want to fight Boots, let him move up and he just vacate the belts. That's all.
Well, let's hope.
Can I just point out one more thing? I want to point out one more thing about that's been troubling me too about this whole Spence and going back in his word, man. Missed the strap season, missed the, my goal was to be undisputed. That's my dream. It was like, whatever happened to that?
Huh?
You don't want to be in this. Whatever happened to that? You don't want to be in this undisputed no more?
Who?
Spence.
I mean, he would have to fight.
So you're gonna lose because he lost. You don't want to be in. So all them strap season T-shirts, them Hanes T-shirts, he was selling for $100, man.
Well, I never heard him say that he don't want to be undisputed, so we can't assume that. I never heard.
I mean, you can't be undisputed at 154.
But I'm just saying, I never heard him say he didn't want to be undisputed, so I can't assume that he don't want to be.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, if you don't want to fight it, supposedly because all of his fans are saying, okay, yeah, Spence wants it at 154. Why won't Bud give him 154? It's like, I thought that man's whole dream was to be undisputed at 147. That's why, you know what? Actually, I'm just assuming, but it could be that Spence might want this rematch at 140, 47. But now I don't know, since they want to get Bud dirty.
NHA, he done told everybody that he couldn't make the weight, and so did Crawford. They both said the same thing.
Nah, Crawford didn't say you can't make the weight. He said it's hard for him to make the weight.
Come on, bro. What does
he said it's not as easy to make. It's not as easy for him to make it either. But Crawford he's a disciplined guy. He gonna make that weight. He don't have the lifestyle Spence does. He doesn't balloon out of weight. In between fights.
Yeah, that's why I'm still confused. What he called Victor for?
What do you call?
He had no weight problems.
Why Spence changed nutrition 3 times?
He got weight problems. He got weight problems. Spence does. Yeah.
I mean,
huh?
Does he though?
That's why I came up here. I just wanted to come up here in HA2 so I can call you Cap real quick.
He goes,
the show ended.
What I do to you too?
Nah, you up here capping. You been saying for weeks and weeks how Spence need to say something. Why he ain't saying nothing? And what's up, Manager Marty? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Come on with it.
And you kept, and I said, what did I say? As soon as he say something, y'all gonna start saying this excuses, and that's exactly
what it is, though.
Y'all are doing. It's not. What is the excuse? He never had not one excuse. When is an excuse? When is an excuse an excuse?
That he was blind in the fight.
When is an excuse an excuse?
That right there, Mr. I don't make excuses. Oh, I lost because I couldn't see.
Y'all want the man to say something, then y'all want to tell the man.
Nah, that's not what I want. I want him to just say, yeah, we're working on a fight. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the gym. I know y'all heard from me, man.
No,
but
you're not gonna tell him what to
say.
You're not gonna tell him what to say.
I know, but this is what I expect. A man who claims he doesn't make excuses.
He didn't make
excuses. You know, fighters don't do that. Come on, NHL.
Nah, that's what Spence. That's Jockey Tender. Spence stands on what he's man down. He stands on principle, blah this and that, and then we ain't heard from him like in 6 months, and the first thing come out of his mouth.
What's the point?
Yeah, man, I was getting touched up because.
Matter of fact, I view it as me personally, my 2 cents. I feel like it was an act of Spence being transparent. He came out. He said, basically, I've been BSing. I got my ASS kicked. It was bound to happen because I ain't been living the boxer lifestyle. We all know Spence was drinking. We all know Spence. We all already knew that everybody wanted to be like, oh, he lied to his fans. I mean, yeah, he did to build up the fight. And it's kind of like, come on, Spence. But we already knew who he was. It wasn't like we thought he was one thing. And then now we coming out and he finding like, oh, he really wasn't living the boxer lifestyle. He really wasn't. It's not that type of thing. So of course he has maybe damaged some trust that he had within his fan base, because even though we knew you didn't live a boxer's lifestyle, we always thought that you would do what you needed to do for this fight, the biggest fight, the one we anticipated, the ones that you did everything for to make the fans. But in all essence, if we're honest, Earl cheated himself. He cheated himself this fight because he had a gazillion things he needed to overcome. Who knows why he didn't get the surgery? Maybe it would have prolonged the fight and he would have been afraid he didn't get it. I don't know what the reasoning was, but he really cheated himself. I know we talk about this blood and the snack and the this and the that, but even with all of that, Spence had the opportunity to be more competitive, and he didn't put himself in a position to be more competitive for this fight. Bottom line.
So you believe him now when he tell you he's gonna be in the best shape of his life. He's coming in stronger than ever. All that other stuff you.
But NHA, let's be clear, and I told you this earlier. All the boxers say that, bro. That's boxing talk.
And I get that.
You're not
That's
gonna find
business, NHA. That's business.
I
you know
get
ain't
that.
nobody gonna come into a press conference. Not one fighter. You can't point out one fighter in the history of boxing that came in and said, "These are all the things that I'm dealing with in my personal life, and hopefully y'all still come and buy a ticket." No, listen, I'm gonna go in there, do the best I can. You know, I'm in tip top shape. I'm in the best shape of my life. This is the thing that Ali did. Let's take Ali. We knew Ali had problems with his speech, problems with his body, but he went in there and he sold the fight. I'm gonna get Larry Holmes. I'm gonna knock Larry Holmes out in round 7. All the stuff that Ali usually do. But when he went in there, you seen Ali wasn't the same Ali. That was the last fight of his career. But my point is that didn't stop him from making you believe that he was going to sell a ticket to you and that he was really going to go in there, turn back the hands of time like he's done several times before. So all
Nah,
I'm saying is
nobody believed Ali was gonna be.
it don't
Ali.
make
He
a
told
difference. They
you.
bought the ticket is what I'm trying to explain to you. It don't make a difference. You
Okay,
believe, buy the ticket and come through. That's business. You see what I'm
cool.
saying? That's
I
all I'm
get you.
saying.
So Spence is no
Second to
different than
last
any other
fight.
fighter.
Somebody told me
He's
that
not
wasn't
special.
his last fight. Somebody told me that was not his last exact fight. That was the second. I thought that was his last fight, but whatever the case might be, Ali. And once again, that only proves my point. That if that wasn't his last fight, that fight was terribly sad. He fought again, and people still bought the tickets because it was Ali. It's all about selling tickets in this game. And it's the same thing. Ain't no difference. Spence ain't had to tell nobody he wasn't doing this and he wasn't doing that.
All
Hey,
right, cool. So just don't tell me Spence is a stand-up guy. He's
he is a
stand on
stand-up
principle.
guy.
As
Ain't
much
that
as
Nah,
is?
you
Crawford lied to
can't
you
tell me
and you
that.
still a fan, as much as Crawford lied to you and you still a fan.
What you mean, Crawford? Crawford lied to me.
Man, Crawford lied to his fans continuously.
He
I
did.
mean, give me an example.
You
No,
the
no,
fan. You
I'm not
supposed to
giving you
know.
no example. You know what we talking about,
I don't
Don.
feel he lied to me. He lied to me. I know Spence.
NHA. Every
Spence just
time I
came
ask
out
you
and said
something
I lied
about
to y'all.
NHA, every time I ask
Yeah.
you something about Crawford, you tell me you don't know. You was one of his biggest fans. You know something.
I can only say I can't think about any time he lied to me.
I know. Blaxican Bruce, what's up? We was just about to go home, brother. I ain't see you in a while.
What's
Salute to you,
going on,
brother. How
Black and
you?
Peace,
Bruce?
peace, man. How y'all been, man? Yeah,
Right.
it's been a minute because I've been, on the go trying to get things right, for the household, for the family, things like that, man. But I've been hearing some of y'all, man. And my question is, were any Terence Crawford fans accept the truth instead of these alternated facts that feel good to them? That's my question.
What
I'm about to hop out here. I just wanted to come up
that
here and get on
that he
NHA
beat
head
up
real quick.
Spence?
Salute. Salute.
Salute to
2
you, 2
cents.
cents.
All right.
Salute to.
Peace. That's my question.
What was
Yeah,
the question?
the truth is he went and did what every single last Bud fan thought he was going to do.
And there's nothing wrong
Put
with
a
that.
beating on him. Yeah, so
There's nothing wrong with that.
I was a little confused about your question.
So what? Now the question is, I mean, this is something where the casual fans we understand, but the boxing fans is like a lot of Terrence fans. We see he won. Okay, there's no problem. He won. Congratulations to him for making history. But the whole point we're trying to get is,
We moved on from it. Y'all the ones
yeah,
still dwelling on it. We've been moved
because
on from this fight.
well, and again, the eye surgery I've read and seen that the Earl has, or the eye, not the eye surgery, the eye injury or whatever has happened to his eye again. It sounds like it's the only reason to bring up the past on that was because before Terrence ever signed the contract or fought him or anything, we saw the same issue he had when he had the opportunity to fight Manny Pacquiao. And it's obvious. It's like, all right, I'm not sure if it was a car accident or not, but that's the only thing I can think of where after he pulled out of the Manny Pacquiao fight, he had some kind of, I think it was the same eye. It wasn't the right eye, man, Jamarty? Was it the right eye?
I was trying to figure out if it was the same eye or not. I think it was.
Yeah, because it's patches and same eye.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, it's obvious there's some surgery, or he didn't do what he was supposed to do to take care of it. I mean, for whatever reason, I haven't done my investigation on that yet. But then after the Ugas fight, let's say that there still was damage done to the eye, but Ugas is not a Hall of Famer. He's not what I say by true champion. He hasn't made like any kind of history as being a true champion, except for retiring Manny Pacquiao. So it's like he's not a good elite Larry Holmes, Holyfield champion. He's a good like John Tate fly by night champion. So he probably didn't have the skills to test Earl, the way he needed to be tested with his eye for him not to have had the service done to it. So if that has come back around this time now, we don't know what's causing it. We don't know enough about it to say what's happened. Did it happen in sparring or what? But it's to the point where I'm not taking anything away from Crawford, because Crawford did his homework, and you can tell, because when Crawford did his homework, you can tell perfectly. As a southpaw, man, Jamal, he had that right glove, just like that Ken Norton with Ali. He had that right glove, ready to parry, ready to counter. So he did his homework. I ain't mad at him for that. That's what you're supposed to do. But the fact that we see other things wrong with Spence, not just Spence fans, boxing fans could all tell that there was something wrong with Spence. None of us could say what it was. That's the main thing. And that's not the excuse, just like Victor Conte said. This is not to take away from Earl, but if he went, like I said, running in the Vegas mountains, if he never got his eye taken care of the way he's supposed to, we don't know that yet. That's a question mark. My thing is, except that they're not excuses. They're just reasons that we saw why Spence didn't perform the way he did. He said from his tweet, he said he couldn't see it that well. It's almost like having a swollen eye from sparring. You still can see, but you can't see the punches from all angles. But you still can see. It's probably worse than having a swollen eye. I've had one before in sparring.
All right, can we just do this? Let's put some pressure on Spence to take some damn responsibility.
Yeah, now
because it seems everything seems to get, redirected back to, well, the reason why Spence is not responsible is because Bud did A, B, and C. Blah. Nah, you can't say you're a responsible guy if you're neglecting your health, you're neglecting your vision. Like he had a whole. I mean, supposedly you're supposed to get this done after Uga's fight. That was what about 2022, April 2022,
somewhere around there. Yeah, April, May.
Yeah, so you going on 4 years, damn near, and you just now want to, take care. You didn't take care of it, to get in prior to getting the biggest fight of your life.
Manager
Marty, you're muted.
Oh, that's personal stuff, NHA. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's get it, personal. Man.
That was
but you didn't have to share it. You don't have to share it. He shared his personal stuff.
So but I'm just saying,
he shared it.
Listen, that's the risk that Errol Spence took, and it cost him. That's the risk that man took, and it cost him.
That's not Terrence's fault either. But it
ain't got nothing to do with Bud Crawford.
No, I don't.
Hey.
Just like Earl likes to drink, but that's not Terrence's fault. That's the way he gets. That's the way he gets. I don't know his relief or whatever. I don't know what it is, but the fact that I say we're not using the drinking against as an excuse for Terence either. The part we're saying is, like, if you get surgery done and we're like, all right, I'm hoping this fight will take place in November, and he's not sure if how long surgery is going to take, so he's taking no chances on the eye, and then the fight don't happen. That's the part where a lot of the boxing fans are like, why'd you pull the Sugar Ray Leonard move and not just sign the contract or the paperwork or whatever that year? So that's why. And then after the car accident in December, the same day night that Terence fought, that's where we're like, okay, none of us knew the condition Earl was in after that.
Yeah, basically.
None of us knew. Now, to say that's Terence's fault that he was in a car accident, no. But if you wouldn't have delayed, my guy, we would have got the best of both y'all about 2 months prior to.
That's fact.
That's all we're saying.
That's fact.
All we're saying.
That is fact.
When I say Sugar Ray Leonard move, because Sugar Ray Leonard waited until he saw or something happened to Hagler, which is John the Beast McGarvey softened him up, and then it's like Terence waited for something to happen because at the time he fought Ugas, he didn't see any weaknesses that he could expose or tackle like that. So that's why we're saying everything that happened before, during, after time is a factor. It's not the reason why. It's a factor why he, the fight didn't go the way. We didn't see the best of both. We didn't see the best of both fights. We only saw the best of one. That's all we're saying.
I think we still would have saw a flawed Earl Spence because he was flawed before the accident.
That's what
I see. I see that he was always a flawed fighter. I never thought that he was as good as Terence, but we won't ever know now
Well, it's the
in
level of
terms of
competition,
what the opinions are, because Earl turns around. Like I said, his bad habit is why he was in an accident in the first place.
That's
The
true.
same
No arguments.
bad habits that he brings into the ring, but he still wins. But we won't know any of that, no matter how much we go back and forth for it, because here we are now, actually looking at Terrence possibly fighting either Boots or Tim Zoo, which is where I'm trying to get back to, because the Spence Crawford fight, whatever is going to happen, is not on the table currently, and it seems to be moving a little bit off the table as each month goes by. Something else happens, so that's how I'm seeing it. That's why I said before I'm done talking about it, but we get dragged back into it, just like
It's time.
bring something up and we all dive in. So it
I'll
ain't
tell you this: Crawford would have my vote against Boots and against what's his name, Costa Zoo. He would have my vote on that, hands down. Because I mean, I still feel he has the better experience than Boots. But Boots is that hungry lion right now. Like Boots is the I can say Mike Tyson on the rise, but he's like the he's almost like a James Toney on the rise. I'm gonna say it like that.
I wish somebody would just take a chance and throw some big money, if they had the money to do it, just for the fight with Boots to be even more attractive. I wish something like that would happen.
154 or 147 though.
Either one.
Either one.
Well, Boots should get a fight at 147. He shouldn't have to go up, because I believe he's the future of the 147 division. So that's why I said earlier, if him and Terrence fought, and if by chance Terrence lost, that would have been a passing of the torch from my perspective.
I'm with you on that.
But I don't think Boots gonna beat him, but it would have been great. But what I was saying is to make that fight even more attractive, because I think we'd like to see those two actually make some money together than we would with Tim Zoo, first of all. I'm gonna say that.
The door is open though, man. I mean, this is just my thought from hearing all the news going on with Earl. If the fight, with a capital IF, if the fight or rematch is over with Terrence or postponed it, take care of Boots at 147, and let's go from there. That was just a thought from just hearing everybody's statements going on about the Earl fight may be off. I ain't saying it is. I hope it's not, but Earl's health is important. So,
and Marty, did you say some time ago that there was some new offering from PBC to Terence Crawford to sign with them?
Who?
That there was another offer from PBC to Terence Crawford to sign with them.
Since they found Netflix, you saying, or they partnered with Netflix?
I thought there was some offer that was being made to Terence Crawford to sign with them.
I never said that.
I thought I heard it here. That's why I asked. I wasn't sure. So
I don't know anything. No, I don't know anything about that.
I read 2 articles about that same thing, but I didn't see who they were brought up by. That's not like ESPN. I haven't read on anything like ESPN, but I read 2 of those same articles you're talking about though, because Terrence was.
That would make the Boots fight even more attractive, just because there's some nice money attached to it. Because I don't think there's a whole lot of money attached to it right now, but it would be great if someone just rolled the dice. I know it don't happen like that no more, but somebody would just
Amazon Prime is about the only one that's going to roll the dice now. I mean, it ain't like they ain't got the money.
And do you know whether they have any good boxing people on the administrative side over at Amazon, or has Amazon ventured into new territory across the board?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm just guessing Al Heyman would be there with their guy, because he's the only one who has a knowledge of both fields.
Yeah. All they got to do is just cut the check and let Al
manage it.
Put the product up there to give them content. That's all.
Well, if they back the truck up with the money in it, then that's an ideal situation.
That's how it works. A lot of people in the chat, and I know we got to go. I didn't expect to be here this long, but I'm glad that we all are here. No, you good, bro. Yeah. People in the
Happy
chat.
New Year to you as well, bro.
Oh, Happy New Year too.
Happy New Year, man. I've got that. I ain't waste much time on that.
A lot of people in the chat, keep saying Get over it. The fight happened 6 months ago. Like the guy that just came on here trying to disrupt the show. You have a hard time coping with Errol Spence losing. It's like, dude, I'll be on the show chilling. It's Terence Crawford fans who keep bringing this up. It's Terence Crawford fans who keep bringing up Spence, who keep bringing up excuses, who keep bringing up snack. Not me. You see what I'm saying? It's like they bring it up. And then when people respond, oh, y'all Spence fans making excuses, it's just amazing to me. The thing is, this fight is going to keep being talked about. I'm talking about the first one.
Yeah.
That's how monumental it was. And I think if it was a clear-cut, decisive situation, like let's say both of these guys came in at their best, and then one of these guys won, and it wasn't controversial, I don't think all of the hype would be here. But because it was so controversial all the way around the board, this is what it boils down to. I mean, this isn't the only fight in boxing. We've seen this with Wilder. Was lingering on talking about that. I mean, I don't know if they were saying on YouTube because I wasn't here, but man, this thing, you know. But this was the biggest fight of like the decade, so it's a little bit different. But
well, you see, they still talking about Ray Hagler. So you know,
I know
there's still people arguing that fight.
I still, that fight there, even though it's way off subject, I seen the behind the scenes, and I know what Ray did, man. Ray waited till he saw John the Beast Mugabe, softened him up, then he got him drunk, and Hagler kept saying, I'm mentally not there. I'm mentally thinking about retiring, I'm not there. And Ray kept in shape the way Floyd did, and stayed in shape, didn't take any punishment. So he relaxed his body, and he still had the speed, and he took advantage of it. So to me, I'll say it again, Ray don't get my respect for doing that to a true champion, man. Plus,
he got in Hagler's head at that event in Baltimore.
Yeah,
because Hagler thought he was coming to have the fight announced.
Yep, I remember that.
You can imagine when you standing in the ring with thousands of people.
Yep,
and you got the star in the ring with you,
Howard
and then say this fight would be Fort Knox. But it's never gonna happen.
He had Ali there. He had everybody there.
Hagler's mad to this. Well, I'm sorry, he's gone now.
Isn't that what Bud did?
Yes, yes. I used that. Remember, I used that example. He got inside. And that's what you're supposed to do, really. You get inside your opponent's head and you use every kind of edge you have, psychologically and physically, because you're in the hurt game and you want your man that you're going to fight off his game to take advantage of, and that's just
I'm not gonna say he got under his skin or in his head though.
For Hagler to come out and try to fight orthodox when he's not that kind of fighter, in the beginning of the fight says a lot.
Look at his past two. Go back and look at Hagler's past two fights prior to the Ray fight though.
What about it though?
Huh?
What are you saying?
You saying
the Ray didn't get in his head?
Go back and look at Hagler's fights against John the Beast and against the other.
John the Beast, I saw the fight.
So he had been fighting orthodox coming out for 2 or 3 fights prior to fighting Ray. So I don't think Ray got in his head.
He would have never done that with Ray.
Well,
what's more importantly,
he did it for 2 rounds.
I remember Ray was sitting with who's the actor who now has
Rocky?
No, he was not that actor. The little short guy who was on Family Matters. Anyway, Ray was at the fight with him during the Mugabe fight with Hagler, and that's when he said he sees that Hagler's on the decline. This might, because they was always somewhat rivals, because Hagler, quite honestly, he despised Ray, and he thought Ray got everything given to him, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Hagler
had the Olympics
the hard way. He had to get it the hard way. He went through some real beast to get to where he was. He thought that.
And you know what? I was just on Facebook telling somebody about that. I'm like, listen, when I say the same judge, I don't mean the exact same judge. I just mean a judge and this other judge went to school together, because you look at the other knockout artist, undisputed champion, Triple G, who got the same 118, 110 card is about the same judge or the same kind of judge that gave Ray 118 to 110. That means 10 rounds out of 12. So that's how I know also that. I mean, they gave it to the Golden Boy, to the to the Cash Cow, whatever you want to call him, and it was who was it? Allie Bird, I think her name was. She gave Alvarez 118, 110 to Triple G, and so did that one Asian judge gave Ray 118 to 110 for Hagler, and Hagler was the aggressor. He didn't give up 4 rounds. He gave up the first 2 of Boston coming out orthodox. He didn't give up 4. He gave up.
I just think Hagler got outsmarted by Ray. That's really
not
just in the ring, but outside the ring, he outsmarted Hagler by having him take away 3 rounds.
That's not outsmart. Having the gloves change is your favor. Just like Terence having the coin toss is his favor. You want this fight? You want this 12? I think Hagler got 12 million. You want this from the Golden Boy? You want this from me? Or you need this from me? So it's like having the gloves change, having the ring change, having the round change, having all that change because you're the Golden Boy. That is where Hagler was the same way Spence was. Either it's this way or he's not gonna. I'm not gonna.
But Hagler agreed to take the money to do that because he was.
He didn't agree. He didn't agree. He didn't agree. His corner did. No, his management did. His management.
The Petrocellis agreed to it because Hagler was not even going to take the fight. He said because they were not going to take the fight because they were going to give him more money, and Hagler had told them no. Y'all get paid the money you're supposed to get paid. We'll do the fight.
Yeah, but
nevertheless, we still, like I'm saying, we still debate that fight that was how many years ago? Just
what,
like
about 20, about 28, 30?
I'm almost 70 now.
Oh shoot, man. That was what that fight took place in 87, right? Or 85?
I think it was 85 actually.
You said okay. But yeah,
the point is we still, and that's a good thing. Hopefully we'll be doing this about some other fights.
Hey,
hopefully.
All I know is
you know what, Marty? I want to tell you before you go.
I
want to just throw out an idea. I should have emailed to you, but I'm thinking you've had some funny moments on this show from the time you started up until the last one with what was that? Band Up, and that was just a funny moment. You should do some clips of just funny moments.
Yeah, I thought about that, like compilations.
Yes.
I might do that. I've been thinking about that actually.
That was the funniest thing. That last one, that was so funny. He got banned up twice on it.
Yes, he did.
Came back and said you should have ran up to the top with them.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Roll the tape on that real quick, Marty.
Yeah,
you didn't see it.
Roll the tape on that.
I don't think he's seen it.
You didn't see it.
I saw it on I saw some of it. I didn't see all of it because I was driving, so I had to.
Okay.
Pay attention.
The first one was real funny.
Yeah. So listen, guys.
Yeah.
Give me your 30. Let's get out of here.
No problem.
We back in here live in living color tomorrow, 4:30. Come on back through. We got some more boxing to talk about. We got to go home. We got Blackskin Bruce, my brother. I ain't seen him in a while, Mr. Greg. So, Mr. Greg, give us 30. And then Blackskin Bruce, since you came back, you close us out. Give us your 30 and we go.
Hey, it's always a pleasure to see you guys. From time to time, I feel like I got some friends on YouTube now. I enjoy myself. I hope this year, I'll say it again, we see some great fights, some new fights, so we can have some new debates about some new stuff that doesn't involve any controversy. So until next time, I'll see you next time, Mr. Bruce.
All right, bro. We'll see you.
All right, chat. See y'all next time.
Yeah. But and just like Greg was saying, man, I hope we see some of the best fights today. I mean, this year coming, man. I mean, it's still the new year. We all have, some old boxing. To me, I feel like we need trilogies back. I feel like we need some of the best to fight the best. I mean, money is the issue for a lot, but hopefully they all get a chance to learn from each other in the right. All the boxers on the rise, and they get a chance to learn from each other. Give us some of these great fights back because I feel like boxing is taking I feel like it's slowing down a little bit, but I mean, everything that happens in this year of boxing is going to be for a reason. I still feel we have time for Benavidez and Alvarez, or Benavidez and Charlo. possibly boost Ennis and Crawford, or and Crawford and Spence after this issue gets away. I feel like there's still some good fights out here for us, but I can't wait for them, man. Just like hopefully we get a chance to see him, man, Jamari. But without I'll pass it back to you, man, Jamari.
All right, y'all. You know how we do. I'm gonna pull out the same way I pulled in. I got the hottest intro on YouTube. I don't know if you've seen it yet, Blacks, but here it go. See y'all tomorrow, 4:30. Roll the tape.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Manager Marty.
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you.